Alright, before we begin, we should establish a couple things. Part 1. I don't know a lot about the Backrooms lore. Howdy boneheads, and welcome to the stream. I am very excited to have all of you here. Welcome to the Backrooms, and look at the horrifying little glitch happening with the skull man behind me, the little bonehead. Hopefully y'all can hear me well enough. Hopefully that's good. I'm not checking it right now. Let me do that real quick, see if I can hear myself well enough. Hopefully that's good.
Maybe I should bump that up just a little bit.
I don't do that. Alright, we got a ton of people in chat today, which is fun. Very exciting for me. I'm going to say hello to everyone in a second, but before I do that, I need to establish a couple things. Part 1. I have not seen... actually, no, this is actually the more accurate part 1. Part 1. My girlfriend is doing some cooking in the apartment right now, so you might be hearing some other spooky sound effects coming from my end of the audio. She's making chicken wings. Let's go. But that's what's happening, so please bear with me if there's any sound in the background. It's all... Oh my god, focus, please. Jesus. Alright. So just bear with me on that. Part 2, as I mentioned just a second ago, I don't know a lot about the Backrooms lore. I know a little bit of this series, which I've seen like the first couple episodes of a long time ago, and I know vaguely that there is a level system to it, but that's about it. I have not done a deep dive on the specifics of this particular internet phenomenon. And then part 3, other disclaimer, I've not seen the Backrooms movie yet. I wish I had that opportunity. I currently don't, but I will be seeing it at the earliest possible moment that I can. I'm very excited for it. I think it's going to be great, and yeah, I'm just excited. But welcome, boneheads, to movie night. And by movie night, I mean YouTube series night. We've done this a couple times before. I've watched just some regular spooky analog horror individual pieces on this channel, and then a little while ago we did a Mandela catalog watch through, and that was a lot of fun as well. So usually how this works is I'm going to be trying to get through one video at a time, trying to pause it as little as possible, but I always mess that up. But what I'm going to try to do is get through one video at a time with minimal commentary, just kind of enjoying the experience together. And then after each video, we'll have a little discussion. You guys can tell me your thoughts. I can tell you my immediate thoughts. I'm sure there's going to be some stuff that I've missed. It's going to be really fun. Now, to give some context, Backrooms, the Backrooms for me, the general concept, not even Kane Pixel's iteration, for me have always been very vibes based, and that's about it, which is why I have not engaged with the lore all that much. I've made a video, I've actually made multiple videos that kind of touch on what exactly it is I love about the general aesthetic of the Backrooms, the familiarity, and yet the eerie, liminal nature of it. I've not been engaging with a lot of liminal space content recently, so this is going to be a lot of fun for me. I'm looking at the playlist. I've got it right here on my screen. We're going to be starting it in just a little bit. I'm looking at the playlist. That first video, the one titled Backrooms Found Footage from 4 years ago, has 77 million views. That is ridiculous. That is an insane amount of attention for a YouTube series to gain. It makes a lot of sense that A24 thought that Kane Parsons would be a valuable director, and they wanted to extend his vision. I am really excited for that. I am so excited to know just generally that YouTubers are getting more attention and that their work is being taken more seriously. It's a good sign for other creators like myself who are on the earlier end of their YouTube horror career, whatever you want to call it. But it's also just exciting to know that different kinds of horror have their space in the mainstream world. So I'm very excited for that. Let's do a little... We got 50 viewers on stream. That's crazy. Let's do a little look through who we've got. I see a couple members here. I'm going to start with them because, that's what you get if you become a member. A true bonehead. I love it. But we've got Damakoris, who I see basically every stream. A real one. I'm struggling to talk. I've not been talking all day, and now all of a sudden I have to do it. I didn't do any warm-up. We got Domochorus. I think I saw a little bit ago Plasm User. Yes, we got Plasm User here. Very exciting. And I think those are the 2 members we got. So I'm going to go just most recent up. But we got Tricks or Treats. Welcome. We got Awkward Yoshi. Hello. Recognize you. Harold Sleeper. I think I might also... If I have failed to remember that I know you, I apologize. Remind me that I know you, and we'll go from there. We got Grass with a lot of S's. That's very fun. Harold Sleeper. Finn01. Lunar Stella. Sierra's Runaway Cobra. That name's familiar to me. Sprouty Sophie. Always good to see Sophie. Definitely remember you. Trinitrin, kind of like Chinny Chin Chin. I think that's how I'm gonna do that. Lisa. Oh boy, Lisa Drovera. Lisa. Hi Lisa. Sorry. Slightly Rude 3315. Love the Still Wakes the Deep video. Played last Christmas and it was an experience. Hey, I appreciate that. It's a really fun game. I actually considered maybe that being the stream tonight, but I don't know. I just covered it. I just played it for the second time, so. I like letting stuff breathe after I cover it. Sprouty Sophie, Loop Deluli, maybe. Hi, Mr. Bones. No, Miss Bones. Hi, Miss Bones. Hi. Cyano Tunes, Beth Phillips, Megan. Oh no, Mega McCorndog. Monochrome Mouse, hello. Trying to hit everyone I can. Harold Sleeper, I think I might have said you before, but just in case I didn't, hello. Boom. What am I even saying? Just making noises. I think. Oh, we got Tukmak or Tukmak, one of them. Apologies. And anyone else who's commenting that I'm not seeing. I think that's about everyone who's commented so far. So if you want to be noticed. Oh, speaking of Evilanti, who is new, welcome. Happy to have you here. Very exciting. We love new people all the time. Sorry, my name is complicated. My original idea was already taken. That's just how it goes. Oh, and we have my favorite username of all time here. Hello, comical mustache twirling villain. I just love that. I always comment that. Next, Richard, very good. I graduated college yesterday. I can't tell you how often I would have your videos playing in the background of my study sessions. Congratulations! I really appreciate you. I can't imagine I'm very helpful for your studying process, but I guess I was. Congratulations. I guess I should take credit for you graduating. You're welcome. Jupito, a long-time lurker, first-time live. Yay, welcome, very good. Samantha. Weird coincidence. I was just playing a Backrooms game this morning. Hey, it's not a weird coincidence. Yeah, we're getting so much hype for the Backrooms movie, which is coming out so soon. So it's just kind of it's on all of our minds. Those of us in this fun, YouTube space. Hastrodrone, it's my birthday today. Happy birthday! Thank you so much for joining. How old are you? And age? You don't have to tell me. Congrats on graduating. We got Latte Boba. Hello. Yeah, congrats to graduation. Yeah, it's very cool. My brother just graduated high school a couple days ago, and that means all the people in my family, in my immediate family, are now out of high school, which is very exciting. Also because I never have to go back to that place again, because I did not like it very much, but that's how it goes. Leftover Easter egg to eat for this stream. Made some spicy noodles, and they taste great. That's awesome. Moonlight Lunaro, welcome. Heyo, heyo. Oh, I love this. I love being a streamer and a popular person who I can talk to people and also recognize people. My hair is a bit of a mess today. Don't look at that. I've been writing for 6 hours. That's how it goes. And we got the Silent Twilight and Theros Senator. Yeah, I think I got it right. I have pure diarrhea in my heart and soul. But the Backrooms movie will cleanse my affliction. Sure, dog. Sure, dog. My cat is trying to watch stream. She keeps knocking my phone out of my hands. Let her watch. She wants to see it. She wants to put it on the ground so you can both watch it. Making tacos. We got, all right, a bunch of people eating tonight. Very good. I don't have anything to eat. I just have my my classic stream whiskey, monogrammed with McGrath. You can't really tell. My dad gave me this decanter and this set. It was a gift. I think it's a re-gift. But he's not a heavy, drinker. It makes me sound like I'm a heavy drinker. He just doesn't drink a lot, and so he knew I'd appreciate it, so he gave it to me. I think it's sick. Yeah, I'm that kind of asshole. I'll put my last name on my drinks. That's fun. Why not? Not eating a burrito, but being a burrito is Posmuser. I get Nutella and a spoon. I could do that. I could go get Nutella. I try not to eat on stream. Happy to be back in the stream chat. Last one I could catch live was Mandela Catalog one ages ago. Okay, so just movie nights. Very good. We got inebriated. Currently making chicken and pasta for dinner with the cats. Burritos, eating, making dinner. Oh, Zyforce, I think that's how you say that. Daily NPB. Hope everyone's having a great day so far. I know I am. It's been pretty good. Connor, I'm pretty sure you mentioned in a video once the feeling of when a background noise stops and you become hyper aware of sounds. And I've been straining so hard to find it, but I haven't. Do you remember what it was? If I had to guess, I don't remember off the cuff. If I had to guess, I would say it's very likely it's somewhere in my quiet horror video, because that has to do with sound a little bit. But it also could be silent jump scares, something along those lines. The one that Teo edited, because either of those, I think I might have talked about something like that in one of them. Like that scene in the first How to Train Your Dragon. I don't remember that scene, but hi, Dragon Sheep. It makes sense that would be your reference. Dragon stuff. I don't know. I don't know what you're referencing. I don't know what the other person's referencing. Man, it's been a while since I was watching stream. I think the last one was Silent Hill F, the main game, not New Game Plus. God, I gotta get back to that series. The Horror of Silence, is that what it was? Yeah. Thanks, guys. I think this is my first time joining one of his streams. Hey, well, first time, best time. I don't know. This is gonna be fun. I'm really excited for it. And I also have, anyone who this is their first stream of mine, you're gonna find out, I have a very high capacity to ramble. It's why I spend so much time writing, because then I can organize my ideas and put them all in one spot and just have it concisely laid out and do it like that. But when I don't have a script, when I'm going Connor unscripted mode, it turns into this. It turns into talking about anything and everything for way longer than I intended to, and here we go. Yappersville indeed. Fighter Pilot Dragon 02, first time here as well. Welcome, very exciting. Very exciting. Last stream I was on was the April Fool's stream. That was a really fun one. I had a lot of fun with that one. In the future, I would like to plan something a little bit more complicated than that. But, you know, I liked the bit of it a lot. That was fun. Ramble streams are always fun. Oh, every stream I have is a ramble stream. Especially the ones I do with my brother, which are pretty rare, but I do them sometimes. We are Chat the Infinite. That's what podcasts are for. Speaking of which, I have not posted my podcast in forever. I have plans to get back to it. Season 2, I guess. That was 3, but 2. But for the time being, let's focus on what we're doing right now. God, my face looks so... Ugh, I need to exercise more. I need to do a little bit more for my health in general, I think. But hey, tonight we're doing mental health. And by doing mental health, I mean watching a 4-year-old... Well, it started 4 years old. 4 years ago, horror series. Can't get my hair to work. Ugh, all this. I don't know if you saw this earlier. Sorry to repeat. Kane's Backrooms do not have levels or popular monsters. Pixelverse is set its own continuity separate from the wiki. Okay, that's cool. That's good to know. I was not aware of that. I kind of figured it would be its own thing, because the very little bit I know about it is that it's mostly found footage, that there may be a scientific element to it, but that's about it. And I also don't know if the series is going to be directly related to the movie, or if the movie is like a spiritual spin-off. I don't know. Yeah, rambling is a lot of unorganized theorizing, or it's me not doing that, or it's something other than that. Is this YouTuber involved in the movie? Oh, yeah, the person who's made the Backrooms series is the director of the A24 movie that is coming out in like a week or two, whatever it is. Yeah, no, it's gonna be sick. Yeah, there is a Backrooms movie coming out. A bunch of okay, so I'm an advertisement right now too. There's a Backrooms movie coming out. It's produced by Kane Parsons, who's known as Kane Pixels on YouTube. That's the creator that we are watching tonight. It's being produced by A24, which has made a bunch of horror that I really love, so that's very exciting. And Dragon Sheep tells me it is the 29th, so about 11 days from now, depending on where you're at. I'm very excited. We got Oreo, hopefully I said that correctly, in the chat. Very good. Cyforce, I'm just seeing if there's anyone else I missed. But yeah, it's going to be sick. I'm probably going to, my girlfriend, who I was talking to just a second ago, said she kind of wants to do a double feature where we'll go watch, because we do that sometimes. We'll go watch the Backrooms, and then I think we were gonna either watch God is, or God is God, whatever that one's called. It looked kind of interesting, or the other one called Boosters. I love Boosters. One of those. So we're gonna go watch some movies, but I personally very excited for the Backrooms. Cannot wait to see it. Harold Sleeper says they saw an early screening. It was freaking awesome. That's sick. That is thick. Oh, I also, yeah, as Dragon Sheep just mentioned, yeah, Is God Is. I want to see that. I really want to see Obsession. I've heard really good things about it. I've also had people mentioning it to me specifically in my DMs. So clearly, if it's good enough to reach out specifically and let me know, then I gotta see it. And I will definitely check it out. Is God Is. It's a must-watch that I can't wait for. Yeah, there's a bunch of cool stuff coming out that I'm very excited for. My favorite detail is how the font for the movie's furniture store is the same as the Hobby Town font, which was the original location for the OG photo. Oh, that's cool. Interesting bit of lore. But, okay. We've been rambling for long enough. I do need to see Obsession. There's a bunch of... I could talk about anything and everything forever. But I think it's about time that we get into it. If everyone feels comfortable with that, if all 69 of you, nice, feel good about that. Obsession work, look at Milk and Cereal, found footage grounded horror film. Okay, that's fun. That's fun. I'll have to add that to the list. There's always stuff on my list. Okay, but here we go. Let's get all this stuff off the screen right now. Got the playlist pulled up for us right now. I'll shrink myself down even a little bit lower, specifically for tonight's video. Lost on the Backrooms set. Fighter Pilot Dragon. Actually go watch in theaters. You don't watch movies alone because I have the risk of flashing lights, but I kind of have to for horror. And Iron Lung didn't do me dirty. That's good. Oh, I also need to see Iron Lung, but that one's like hard. Yeah, it might still be in theaters. I want it to be on streaming. I'm sure it will be eventually, but I think I also saw Markiplier was trying to find a way to make it like a YouTube exclusive thing, which... Sure. I mean, that's a way to do it. Okay. But if we're all ready, I think we start where everyone started, where everyone got really excited about the series. With episode 1, the backroom... by the way, 22 videos is what I see in this playlist. This playlist has 23 million views. Oh, my God. Physical and YouTube. Okay, that's fun. Oh, May 31st? Oh, that's sick. That'd be sick. Physical release would also be cool. I would buy a physical copy of Iron Lung. I love supporting YouTube horror. I liked the game Iron Lung, and I grew up watching Markiplier, so that's a triple threat. Definitely something I want to watch. Enough! You're all distracting me. Enough of this. I'm distracting myself. I think it's time to get into it. It is 7 o'clock my time. Round number to get into a very strange space. There are 77 of you right now. Holy crap. 77 million views. Hey, what do you know? All right, that seems like a good enough sign. Let's get into it. I'm going to do my best not to talk while the videos are playing. I'm going to mess it up. Here we go. All right. Episode 1, The Backrooms Found Footage.
Sound. Camera.
Rolling.
All right, and action. All right, cut. That was good. That was good, guys. All right, that was good. I'm thinking we get a wide angle, and then we're done. Okay?
All right. Yeah. Cool. Like how much further? Like
a little more. A little more.
Could the plot possibly be?
Yeah.
Whoa. Oh, is it kind of loud? Uh-oh. Sorry, guys. Okay, hold on. I'll turn it down a little bit. Yeah, sorry, guys. Okay. How's that? Is that any better? Hold on. I'll go back a little bit so we can try it out. I apologize. It's still really loud.
Sound. Camera.
rolling.
All right, and action.
Still a little loud. Okay, wait. Are we good?
All right, cut. That was good. That was good, guys.
Better to get this worked out
That was
first.
good. I
can go lower, obviously. Here, I'll go a little bit lower right now if we need things turned up. You know, I'll keep it a little low.
Wide angle, and then we're done.
All right. Yeah.
And
Cool.
then you guys just have
Like
to
how much
just
further?
adjust.
Like
A little more.
Okay.
A little more.
All right.
that?
Yeah.
Whoa. There it was. By the way, really solid intro. Okay, cool. We're gonna leave it at that for now.
Hello? Hello? Hey guys. What is this? Hello? Is someone there?
Weird.
Whoa.
So weird. The inclusion of man-made objects like ladders implies usage. But for what reason? So strange.
Can anybody hear me?
Speaking
Hello?
of the Blender thing that I'm seeing in chat, how interesting is it to go from making these in Blender to going to like a real physical set that is, as far as I'm concerned, what Kane was working with for the movie. That's pretty cool. I also, do I recall correctly that the way that this was filmed was with VR? Or is this all like pure animation?
Okay.
Yeah, oldest view being animated is wild. That
What the
is
hell?
very realistic.
What the hell?
It's interesting. I'm just reading chat. Again, talking, I need to not. What is this? Don't move, stay still. Immediately monster chasing you. Yeah, I'm gonna move. Sorry, guys. The sound is so strange. Yep. Gotta take that risk. Oh. This specific liminal photo that he emulates in this scene is one of my favorites. I actually examined it in my Liminal Spaces video. The staircase, the lighting, the open doors. It's just so unique. Another really famous one right here, obviously.
Holy shit. What the fuck is this place?
everything has a vague implication of humanity, but it's just so strange. Now I remember this. I don't know. I don't know.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Also reminds me of myhouse.wad, that
This
Duke
isn't
mod,
real.
which it specifically goes
isn't
out
real.
of its way to emulate these spaces. The idea of a space like this being so big, it feels almost impossible to try to find your way out of it, so,
You gotta be kidding me.
yeah. Someone mentioned, how would you react to being in the back rooms? For myself, probably exactly like this. I would explore around until something killed me. I would not stay in one place, even though the graffiti did say stay still. That might influence me for a while, but then if a monster started chasing me, yeah, I'd run away. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah, it is shocking that this is all Blender animation. That's really cool. Good sound design too, and just effective. Now I will say, I don't know about the monster. The monster feels so scribbly. I don't even really know what to be afraid of, but other than just that it's aggressive, so like I don't know. Time to slide. Oh! You know what I never noticed? Wait. Hold on. I actually have to go back. I'm so sorry. I have to go back. I always thought the person filming, fell with the camera. But it looks like... Hold on, I'm gonna pause. There's a body right there. So he didn't fall, just the camera fell. Oh, I didn't know that. That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay. Wow, I didn't know that. I didn't realize that. That's sick. Also, thank God he didn't fall, because holy shit. Camera's okay, I guess. Bracket keys trick for going frame by frame. Oh, there it is. No, I don't. I probably should, as someone in my field. Okay, let's chat, because I could not stop myself, but like there's so much to talk about just in that first episode. It's so interesting. The first thing that I love about the Backrooms is, and I'm sure it gets expanded upon in this series down the line, but all of the man-made objects, I think there's two ways I read it. One, because I'd like to imagine, and this might already be getting well ahead of things, I kind of imagine, and I do this in a lot of horror, I think House of Leaves really messed with my brain. I envision the setting as a character itself. I don't know how much consciousness it experiences, but one idea I have is that it is recreating human things for some purpose that I can't really understand, and that's why we're seeing stuff like that. The other thing that makes maybe a bit more sense is that random objects just no clip in there and end up there, but I don't know. It's just so, it's fascinating. Okay, so here's what I want to say. The monster, okay, I have not seen all this series. I'm acknowledging that right now. I think I've mentioned it before too. How scary do we find that monster? Do we find it effective? Because I don't really know how to feel about it. It feels just kind of like a stick figure with some weird shit going on. But yeah, I don't know. There's just a lot to process there. The sound design is great. It looks like there's there's a bunch of warning symbols. Someone called it a complex or something like that. So there's a bunch of stuff. It's very interesting. Now it's spooky. They don't make tech like they used to. Okay, let's read some comments and then I'll catch up with you guys. Graffiti dumpstairs, ruined a battery, but I can't take it seriously anymore. Wait, what can't you take it seriously anymore? I'm making a soundtrack for the podfic, and I treat the main theme much like the house layout on my house. It's always there, even when you think it isn't. Oh, that's cool. I like that. Oh God, I need to rewatch that really popular video about my house. I thought that was such a cool thing. I am not a good enough gamer to like get deeply into it on my own. So it's I you know, like a lot of you like to watch people analyze stuff like that. Shadows are insane. Why would you go back? Yeah. I mean, where else is he gonna go? That's the thing. On a scale of 1 to 10, how athletic do you think this character is? 5 to 7-ish. I don't know. He wasn't doing much. He was just kind of walking around. Immediately freeze. Wait, was he teleported because that cut to black had him in a different place after that cut? Oh, I think it was just a time jump. I don't think that was a teleportation, if I had to guess. The monster looks weird in this first one. Okay, so maybe it comes back and it looks a little bit more developed. That's interesting. He was just snatched up by the monster. So is that character potentially going to return? We'll see. We will see. Yeah, well, that's crazy. Do you know the bar? Oh, yeah, the back bracket key is good to know. Horrifying to hear a scream fade out as the camera falls. Makes you wonder what happened to him next. I don't know. I definitely wonder. But there's basically no way to tell. We have so little information in this first episode. That's why I'm excited that there's so much that I haven't seen yet. Off topic, but I just noticed the Slipknot shirt. That's sick. Sick spelled the Slipknot way. And I love the camera detail you noticed as well. Yeah, I didn't know that. Yeah, love Slipknot. They were one of my like first introductions into metal, like back in high school. So it was cool. I like them. Imagine some person getting clocked on the head by a falling camera. That's funny. They don't make tech like they used to. Eaten by the scribble beast or falling from airplane height. No real winning moves here. I would, well, yeah, no good ending, but I would probably prefer to fall from a great height because getting eaten by a scary monster in the back rooms, I'm like, I don't even know if that's the end. I start worrying about demon stuff, like, is it going to kill me in a way that keeps me here forever, or like ghosts, or like whatever. Look at the date list on the video description, then look at the date on the clipboard at the beginning. The camera traveled into the future. Oh, really? Oh, what? Let's do that. Let's check that out. Okay. The date is January, February, March, April, May, June, July. I always have to do this. July 4th. Oh, is it July 4th? Is that a 4? Hold on.
Sound. Camera.
Rolling.
All right.
That looks like a 4,
And
maybe.
action.
July 4th of 1991, I think is what that's supposed to be, I think. And then video description says September 23rd, 1996. Yeah, I went 5-ish years into the future. That's interesting. What do you know about that? That's cool. House of Leaves mentioned is too neat. What are we talking about? Self-titled by Slipknot is fire. Yeah, self-titled is my favorite album, for sure. I lost where I was. Yeah. Man, that's crazy that it went to the future somehow. Okay. Review. I need a camera that's sturdy. House of Leaves mentioned. I'll mention House of Leaves as much as I can. I love that. Too neat for random clipping, I think. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, the sound didn't change. I did notice that. Just finished reading the book and it made me feel discombobulated afterwards. Yeah. Very weird book. My favorite book of all time. Oh my god. I just inhaled some saliva. Apologies. What camera went in the future, dang. The environment really does feel like if you were to give a god a sentence to design a world. That's interesting. That's a really interesting way of putting that. I could actually see that. I find the monster scary because of how little you see of it, but how much you hear. Definitely understand that. The sound does the work for the monster. Yeah. It needs to be less in focus because the dark figure scared the shit out of me. Yeah, the first little one where it like peeks away, out of the way, that's cool. Looks like a kid drawing of a monster. It looks low budget. Yeah, I mean, this was the intro, but God, what a strong intro. Just leaves you with questions, basically no answers. And he just called it a short film, but clearly it becomes more than that, which is very cool. House of Leaves mentioned before the Magnus. Oh yeah, that'll happen. Well, there's the Magnus. That's you caused that reference, so good for you. Monster feels like more like a mystery than a monster, if that makes sense. Maybe. Currently reading House of Leaves. It's so good, but it's such a difficult read. Yeah, dude. The first time I read it, it took me like a year. Not because I was like, but I just like kept jumping on and off because I was like, this is such an undertaking. I wanted more casual reads. God, I love House of Leaves. I finished House of Leaves a month or two ago. It's in my second read now. Oh, it's the second time you read House of Leaves, it's a totally different experience. It's like the second time you play Dark Souls. Personally, it's not really scary to me, but it's not awful or anything. I get that. Bad by 666, very good. Feels sort of like a reverse version of when you see a random object somewhere that it shouldn't be, dumpster in the woods, or the staircase in the woods. I always loved that story. It just makes you stop and wonder how it got there. Yeah. Abby Malum San 666. We got a lot of 666 in the chat today. Whoa, let's be careful. Whoa. I make myself laugh. Oh, no, I lost my train of thought. Okay, I'm a boring person. I usually am not a fan of monsters in the backrooms. The idea that you, the person experiencing it, and whoever else might have clipped in, being your own monsters wins for me. I'm totally into that. That's why I don't get too much into the backrooms lore, like the I guess disconnected backrooms wiki where it's got all the levels and stuff, because it's giving too much information. And that's fun for some people. Some people just like a codex. They just like a ton of information, just like world building, basically. You know, and there's a time and place for that. Like, I love Mystery Flesh Pit, which is basically all world building. But, you know, all your questions are answered by the end of it for the most part. I want to wear... hold on, where were we? So like monsters, I just like us being our worst enemies in a literal sense. No, I agree, Plasma. The more I know about it, less it scares me. Yeah, for sure. It's like in a horror movie. I always think one of the first horror movies I ever watched was Insidious. And I always think of how scary the demon is, or whatever it is. I'm pretty sure it's a demon. How scary the demon is, especially that little scare where it ends up behind the guy. Everyone who's seen that movie knows exactly the scene I'm talking about. That scene. The grandma freaks out. But then, like, near the end of the movie, when he grabs Dalton, his son, and they leave the further or the upside down or whatever the fuck they call it. They call it a bunch of shit in a bunch of different movies. I think it's the further. And the demon's just, like, chasing them and, like, running across walls and stuff. It's like, that's intimidating. Like, it's dangerous. But it's not scary anymore. Like, the tension has been cut. That's the point. July, squiggle, 1991. Yeah, I have no idea what that symbol is. I think it's a 4, like up angle, that. That's not how I draw 4s. I draw right 4s. I write 4s with no triangle in them. You know what I'm saying. And Connor for the frame by frame. Yes, good to know. I will keep that in mind going forward. Hello, Mr. Connor. Oh, we got Tiger here. It's been years since I saw content from the backrooms. This is weirdly nostalgic. Well, hey, the backrooms are kind of meant to trigger that imagery or that emotion anyway. Is nostalgia an emotion? Or is it a sensation? I don't know. Looks like July 4th. Yeah, July 4th. Happy birthday, America. I usually hate adding monsters to stories where the monster isn't the horror. I'm skeptical here, but I'm willing to see where Kane goes with this. I'm not going to say this in a way that's spoilery, but that's kind of what I like about House of Leaves. There are implications of monsters and more dramatic evils than just the house, but the house is the horror. That's the important part. House of Leaves has got to be my favorite book too. Read it when I was 15 and it first came out. It's just a killer piece of fiction. It just accomplishes it in a way that so many pieces of fiction don't manage to. Oh, God. Okay. I need to wrap this up. Staircase in the Woods, very good. There's found footage segments in the movie. Oh, that's cool. Oh, I'm excited for the movie. I'm really excited. I'm nervous. Oh, yeah, what were we referencing? I'm nervous about the Backrooms movie because I feel like the found footage short form video stuff suits the genre so much better than a movie ever could. However, I will be seated either way. I think what's really cool is that, or rather the way I'm looking at it is that I think Kane has probably been given a lot of room to do the work that he was already doing, like to fulfill the same level of horror and do some of the same world building that originally made the series so popular. But I think that the way I look at it is hopefully it's his project and they've just added new things to make it better. So, professional actors and maybe they're going to have some more traditional storytelling and framework. But I have faith in the project because it seems like he has so much of him has been put into it, like that he's not being overrun by other people. Now, I can't say that specifically, but we also have people in the chat who've seen it and really liked it, so that makes me feel good as well. Staircase in the Woods, we love that. Power of Christ compels thee. Indeed it does. Staircase in the Woods is a very famous creepypasta. If you're interested in it, they've covered it now twice on Creepcast. Watch the second one if you want to hear them actually read it. If you just want to hear them discuss it, watch the first one, which might even be the first episode. It's very cool. The sister goes by Poe Danielewski. Wait, what are we talking about now? Oh, do any of you know about the author of House of Leaves has a sister who wrote a song about it? Oh, I did not know that. That's cool. I might have to check that out. From the creepypasta. Oh, yes. It's not called Staircase in the Woods. That's just how I know it through Creepcast. I am a search and rescue officer from the U.S. Forest Service, and I have some stories to tell. It's a really good series. Weird things in the woods is just normal in these parts. Old trailers, staircases, weird circles of specifically cut trees. Yeah. No, it's a great story. It's very well written. Yeah. Beat you to it. Yeah, a bunch of people beat. Nostalgia as an emotion, but that's me. I love this thread love that thread so much. I wanted to become a series so bad. I would love. I think that could totally be turned into a movie, especially because or maybe a series. I think a series could be better because it's full of so many individual stories. The staircase is only like a passive background element for the most part. The movie is essentially a series, but from the perspective of average people. That's cool. The author's sister Poe also did the soundtrack for Alan Wake 2. Oh, really? What do you know? I'm not a big Alan Wake fan. I just don't like the writing. I don't like the writing very much. But hey, the second game definitely had a better presentation. I did not finish it. I don't like the writing. It's weird to me that it's by the same people who made Control, but Control also has some clunky writing, but I'm able to get past it because it has good gameplay. Came out the concept was 16 when he made it. It's crazy. There's so much cool stuff. So even with the time travel factored in, this is the latest point in the Pixels timeline. The movie takes place in June of 1990 and is canon to the web series. Cool. Awesome. Good to know. Harold Super, I've only got started. They told me that, okay, this is just going to keep happening, so I'm going to read the rest of the stuff that I have on queue right now, and then I'm going to move on. We're going to move to the next episode. Harold Seaver, I've only just started. I got to the prison after getting kicked off the farm, and Rick went back to Shane to dig him up and finish him. Wait, what are we talking about? Oh, is that The Walking Dead? Is that what we're talking about? Sounds like it. Wait, when did that come up? When were we talking about? Oh, we're talking the comic. Oh, Walking Dead comics. Okay, I see. It's like, how did that happen? Alan Wake 2 enjoyer. Alan Wake 1 was good and campy. Alan Wake 2 wasn't great. I thought Alan Wake 1 did not have a personality. I thought it didn't have anything happening. It was obviously trying to play off Twin Peaks, which I love, but it didn't have any personality beyond, hey, look, we kind of did Twin Peaks. And then it was so like, I'm a writer, and it's a story about writing. I'm a writer, and they wrote the story about me, and the story itself is I was like, shut up. I hate it. I truly thought it was so weak. It really didn't work for me. But I don't hate people who do like it. I know that it's weirdly a classic, but it just doesn't do it for me. It didn't work. I found everything so derivative and nothing felt original. The second game, which again I did not finish, felt like it had more going for it. But even then, I was like, I didn't care about the first part, which is acting as like the foundation for this. So, yeah, I don't know, weird. Hopefully, I'm not offending anyone. I do love Twin Peaks though, which is why. But Twin Peaks has oh God, what's his name? Dale Cooper. What's that? Kyle MacLachlan. It has Kyle MacLachlan, and he does so much of the work. And it's got a great cast. And it's got a bunch more complicated, interesting, weird shit. And Stephen King, like, yeah, it's just trying. Yeah, Alan Wake, Stephen King, definitely. It's just didn't do it for me. But it is what it is. Someone's recommending Rusty Lake. Someone also said Deadly Premonition. Wait, have I played Deadly Premonition? That sounds familiar. What's Deadly Premonition? Deadly Premonition. Oh, Deadly Premonition. Yeah, that game was a piece of work too. Arguably more personality, very clunky. Okay. Bless you. My girlfriend's sneezing. Bless you. Search and Rescue, the series, is good because not all of it is horror. There's some of it, but it's also like, even like the surreal stuff that's kind of goofy, like it still feels so strange, so it just works for me. Stories Untold is interesting. I think Stories Untold has good atmosphere, and it does kind of emulate some similar style stuff, but it has a personality, it has a perspective, it has a reveal. Really cool. What's Rusty Lake? Yeah, what is Rusty Lake? Let's check that out. And then that'll be the last thing I look up, and then we got to get to episode 2 of 22. So this might be a 2-part stream. Rusty Lake. Oh, you know what? Oh, I think I've seen stuff. Oh, this looks cool. Oh, this looks really cool. Okay, maybe I should play that. Yeah. Wait, is that the person? Wait, hold on. Oh my god, I'm actually vaguely aware of this because a friend of mine got really into a game called Samsara Room that had a similar art style. Okay, I'm wasting time now. Okay, Channel Zero is really good. Rusty Lake. Okay, I gotta get into some stuff. But we're not doing this anymore. Okay, we're moving on. We're moving on, chat. This is how it goes. Ramble stream. Bramble pelt. Okay. March 11th, 90. So I assume 1990. Archive.tar. What does .tar mean? One more little Google. Is it just a file type? Tape archive. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Flawed peacock. Oh, King in Yellow? Wait. I thought the book was right there. I've got King in Yellow on my bookshelf right now because it's an upcoming read of mine. All right, here we go. This video is a lot shorter. Actually, a lot of these are going to be a lot shorter, so maybe we can breeze through a couple at a time. Let's start with March 11th, 90, archive.tar, which, by the way, is tape archive, which is good to know. Very good. Well, I love that audio, though. Liminal music is so specific and good. Nostalgic. It feels like it's just so good. Archive.tape archive. This already has so much personality. Can't tell if that's a map or like a circuit board. I don't even know if that's called a circuit board. A microchip, whatever. You know what I'm talking about. Pool rooms. Pool room mentioned. My favorite. I saw someone talking about that earlier. Love the pool rooms. Wobbly semitones. Someone knows more about music than I do. Ooh, there's some lore. Censored, redacted. I love the audio. I find it weirdly comforting. Okay. So I kind of remember a little bit of this. So there's some science stuff happening. Science stuff. This guy doesn't get his full face, he just gets his eyes. Oh, wait, he's looking through a window into the backrooms. I literally was about to miss that. That's so silly. It's also on his computer. Zone 4. Okay, hold on. We might have to pause and unpause. Wait, okay, I can use my special trick. Oh, there we go. Okay. So it's Null Zone 4, and I just want to try to read this because it's very hard to read. I think it says due to the elevation discrepancy, maybe, between panel or parallel, there's a number, and I think it's 235 and 23 something, a small kilo critical or crucial. It's basically impossible to read. The date on this one is March. Compiled June 1991, but March 90 archive, so probably March. March 11th of 1990. That's what it is. Oh god, I want to read chat. I can't. We've got 28 more seconds. Between panel 225 and I don't even know what the hell I'm looking at there. I don't even know what that is. So strange. So fascinating. A KX field is created. Interesting. Whoop. Oh. Okay. All right. Okay. We're going to take 2 seconds. I just want to see if anyone says what everyone was saying. Bye, Honeyseed tonight. I'm off to the lab to work on alternate dimensions. Don't worry, I'll pick up eggs on the way home. What's my resolution on? Should be on. Oh, you know, let's put it a little bit higher. That might do it better. Okay. What did Damacore say that everyone thought was a good interpretation? The music feels like it's trying so hard to be peaceful, but just doesn't translate fully. Like it's remorseful for being off-putting. That's a very poetic way of putting that. That's interesting. Most human thing I've seen yet. Find a place we can clip into that seemed endless. Let's put a window in front of it and see what's. It's so stupid. It's so silly. Yeah. How the hell are you making any of that? I was trying. I don't think there was a circuit board. I think they were trying to map it. That's kind of where my head was at. Looks like looking up into a cathedral, but there's like an angel at the steeple. That's cool. Kane makes all the music for the series by himself. Man, what a talented guy. That's impressive. Yo. Wait, who are we saying yo to? Yo to something. Okay, here's the real question. Are the backrooms man-made or were they discovered? That is the real question. Because either way, discovered is wild, but man-made is still interesting. He also made a bunch of unrelated music on his second channel. Check out the Damon music volumes when you get a chance. I should check that out. Reminds me of the Left Right Game. Oh, I love Left Right Game. That is one of my favorite pieces of like indie fiction in the creepypasta world. I don't know if that's it's technically No Sleep, right? And it's No Sleep in the dumbest way because every episode starts with, "Hey guys, I'm Alice's friend." Wait, was her name Alice? I think her name was Alice. "I'm Alice's friend, and I found all this shit. Anyway, enjoy." And then it just goes back to being like it's silly. But Left Right Game is awesome. It's really good. My favorite iteration is the Q code one, but you could also see that one on Creepcast if you're interested. Just becoming an advertiser for Creepcast, but. It reminds me of the what gets answered. I think they're trying to map it. Oh, it probably gets answered. Probably gets answered. The roads are man-made, but also supernatural. Yeah, they're like when I always think of it as something like when humans give enough attention to something. Like, I started watching this anime a little bit ago, not to totally derail things, but it's called, I always pronounce it weirdly, Gachiakuta, something like that. It's about trash. It's the premises of it, it's about a trash world. But one of the things about it is that when humans give something a lot of love or attention, it takes on a soul or a personality or a life of its own. And sometimes I think that like that's effective horror does that as well. So like when I made my Dark Americana video and I talked a little bit about the Left Right Game, what I was talking about is that man-made roads are so strange because we know men made them, but they are like they become a part of this landscape and they become they take on an identity beyond just their original construction. It's actually comparable to what I was talking about in my very recent Still Wakes the Deep video, where I was talking about stuff like lighthouses, shipwrecks, and of course oil rigs, which take on this deep, monumental, almost like giant personality. Like they almost. And, you know, like I mentioned earlier, I mentioned that I see stuff like the House and House of Leaves or this backroom setting or like a bunch of stuff like that, a forest, for instance, as having a personality onto itself, which is not accurate necessarily all the time, but sometimes it is, depending on what you're reading. But Gachiakuta, I think I said it right, yeah. But I think about stuff like that all the time, where just when we give something energy and when we give it attention, and this could be like, this is true for everything, like a song. Hotel California, that song's alive. Hotel California is haunted. It's a song with a ghost in it, seriously. But when we give something attention and when we give it credit and when we give it love or passion or respect or reverence or fear, any number of things, it takes on a personality. Now that's in the human mind because the human condition is we love personifying things. We love finding, we're empathetic creatures. We love finding personality in things. But in a horrifying sense, it's also like when you find yourself lost on a dark road, you feel like the road's swallowing you. Meanwhile, you're actually just, it's not doing anything to you. You're driving down it, but it's that kind of weird thing. We give it power. And I think in a horror setting, especially in a completely unrealistic one like this, you can extend that to maybe we actually give them something more than a metaphorical version of life, which is really interesting to me. It's really interesting to me. Will the stream be a VOD? Yes, this will all be available on the channel after it is done. After we're done. Who up creeping they cast? I'm always creeping my cast. I'm always creeping my cast. My running theory, because everything has to be Eldritch Horror to me, apparently. Nothing wrong with some good old-fashioned Eldritch Horror. I love it. The backrooms are the body of something that continuously shifts and changes. That's sick. I love that. I really want to know the name of the genre of music. Literally, if you look up liminal music on YouTube, you will find so much stuff that sounds pretty similar to that. There's a creator called Nobody who I listen to a lot when I'm going to sleep or when I'm writing, that has a bunch of music that it's not exactly the same, but it captures a similar energy to me. I like to think the Backrooms is as hostile to any attempt to understand and document it. I wonder if that means that you could passively survive in it, but if you wanted to I don't know, it's interesting. I think the thing with the guy at the start of the left right game is so cool they could. Yeah, oh no, that's exactly why it happened. Yeah, because No Sleep has some rules that they take way too seriously sometimes, and sometimes they kill really great stories because it didn't naturally make its way there, or it gets a little too like traditionally written. It's a little annoying, but you know, there are plenty of places to find horror stories, and No Sleep has cultivated some incredibly good stories, so that's fair. The first house from that one game where it's man-made, got forgotten, abandoned, then rediscovered. I don't remember the one. I don't know the one game you're talking about. Diegetic to Reddit. Oh yes, Diegetic. Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. Oh god, this is gonna take forever. My brain's trying to compare it to a Persona, where in the shadow of the world is more or less. Oh, I've never seen Persona. I've never engaged with Persona, but I've heard it's really good. I have a couple friends who are into it, so they would be excited by that. The more or less infinite world that reflects how the public feels about somewhere. That's cool. You know what also it kind of reminds me of? Chainsaw Man. And again, I know that there's some drama there and that some people hate the ending of it. I don't know. I've only watched the show. I haven't even seen the movie. But like, all the devils are what people fear the most, and the more you fear them, the more powerful that devil becomes. Like, just, you know, human perception becomes powerful in these kinds of stories. I think it's really cool. How would men make the Backrooms 600,000 square miles of Backrooms? I don't think, at this point, I don't think it's been established that there's 600,000 square miles, but I don't know. I don't know at all. Yeah. Oh, don't worry. I try to answer chat as much as I can. A shout out Nobody. Yeah. It's like the Spiral in TMA. Oh, fucking sure. Maybe a little bit, kind of. Nobody mentioned. Oh my god, I love his music. I look up the Caretaker everywhere at the end of time for that kind of music. Oh, you're saying nobody mentioned I like his music. I thought you were saying nobody mentioned that you like his music. No, I get you. The Caretaker. I actually listened to Everywhere at the End of Time as a comfort music, which is crazy when you know what that's actually about. I thought the first house was from Control. Oh, the first house. Is that what we're talking? Yes, that is from Control. Yes, I am really struggling right now. I don't remember the YouTuber I heard the first house from, and what I haven't played the game. Yeah, it is from Control. Jujutsu Kaisen with negative feelings, becoming curses. I need to watch that. My brother just got a Jujutsu Kaisen tattoo. There's more than 600,000 square miles. I don't fucking know. I mean, you didn't love the themes and such. Wait, what are we talking about? No, what are we talking about? I don't know. I get lost. I don't know what's happening. Not exactly the genre, but post-rock gets pretty close sometimes. I describe the genre as post-apocalyptic, imagining what music used to be like. That's interesting. It's called The Oldest House. Oh, yeah, that might be it. You ever listen to Warmer? I don't think I have. Everywhere at the End of Time, it's oddly comforting. It gets less comforting once you get into that last section of it, where it's mostly just like static and loud in your face noises. But the first little bit does it well. Okay, I'm caught up. We're moving on. I'll do more chat in a second. Okay. This video is called Backrooms, the Third Test. I'm gonna just go check this. Okay, this one comes from God, I'm gonna do it again. Pretty sure it's July, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, July 2nd, 1988. So we are again going further back in time. That's interesting. The sequel to Control does look cool. Looks interesting.
On July
Whoa.
2nd,
We got stuff.
1988, the ACID research facility tested its low proximity magnetic distortion system.
God, I miss old AI voices like this, not the new ones.
Regarding the results of the experimentation have not yet been released. During a press conference held in April of 1988, Ivan Beck, vice director.
I have to sneeze. I'm so sorry. I don't want to interrupt anyone. Pardon me. Jesus. Thank you, baby. Excuse me. Let's get back to it. I apologize. I'll go back a little bit.
Been released. During a press conference held in April of 1988, Ivan Beck, vice director of the ACID Foundation, described the intention of these tests, stating this program, if granted sufficient backing from the United States government, will offer a solution to all current and future storage and residential needs, and save billions of dollars on property construction and
That's fascinating. We should talk about that. That's fascinating. And that's it. Okay. That is really cool. That is really cool. Okay. That's really cool. So we're getting a little bit of context to why a company, organization, Async, I believe, founded by someone named Ivan something or other. I'm sure he'll come back up. We're working on the Backrooms. I don't know if they've even been called the Backrooms in universe yet. Just the space, whatever it is. The Backrooms. We'll call it that. Whatever. As a solution to overcrowding, or as a wow, that's so, dude, that, I mean, and true. Okay, I'm just organizing my thoughts right now. It makes perfect sense. It's such a, like, oh, we found this little space, yeah, let's throw a bunch of shit into it. This'll help with our with capitalism and stuff, and we can house people in there, I guess. Yeah, it said housing and also said storage. Yeah, you know what, we're using up all the land in our real world, let's go to another dimension full of whatever the fuck, and just put shit there. That's so sick. They call it the complex. Yeah, that's a good name for it. Oh yeah, someone said that earlier too, didn't they? Milk inside of a bag of milk. I've actually heard a lot about that. I don't know what it's about, but people like it. Government funding on the Backrooms Volume 1 OST. I might need to download this OST. That's pretty sick. Ivan Beck. Okay, so clearly a name. Someone said bless you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Music is so good. I mean, the gameplay, whatever. Oh, Control sequel looks like Control impregnated by Nier Automata. It looks awesome. I actually Nier is pretty cool too. Bless thee, thank you, bless you. Everyone said bless you, thank you. Were they finding these haunted ass text to speech voices? I think it sounds like just a compressed version of the very classic ones. You can find a bunch of them very easily. I'm sure if I did like 2 seconds of research, I could probably make it happen real quick. Hold on. Oh, I don't want ChatGPT. Okay, never mind. I don't want any of this shit. Fuck off. Okay, yeah. I fucking hate new AI voices. I went to the bathroom, and here's what I found there. There was a bunch of people there, and they were really excited to see me. I don't know what I'm saying. I was just trying to illustrate the voice. I don't know what content I was creating there. I went to a bathroom, and there were a bunch of people in there. Fine. I was just trying to, you know what I'm saying. I can't remember if you covered it. No, I've definitely not covered it. I have not played it or watched anyone play it. I'm actually pretty blind to it. But I've seen it advertised, and it looks interesting. The voice sounds like it's on the edge of succumbing to grief. Maybe. That's a fun way of looking at it. That's so weird. It sounds like when you get all choked up and start to cry, but it's an AI. What do you know? One way for voices, not the way they did it, but similar, is speak the dialogue backwards and play it backwards. They did it in Twin Peaks for the Black Lodge voices. Oh, yeah, dude. That's one of my favorite things to do. It's hard to do because you obviously have to speak forward first and then listen to it backwards a bunch of times and then try to phonetically recreate it, which is very strange. But my cat says have the zoomies right now. That's going to be terrifying. Why does this keep happening? Hey, can you react to Rower's Furniture Hobbytown Tribute Backrooms next? Maybe in another stream. I'd have to look at it first, make sure it's appropriate, like nothing crazy pops up. But like, I'm obviously down to check out stuff like that. That'd be sick. It's like the one paranormal theme park where everyone disappears from. You had to be there. I don't know what that is, but that sounds cool. Everyone at the end of time had me sobbing at the section where the cover art is just the reverse side of the art canvas. It hit so hard. Everywhere at the end of time is a really cool piece of work. I would love to maybe integrate it into an essay at some point. I just have to think about it. The housing market can't be that bad to need other dimensions to solve the house needs. Yeah, we have plenty of open. It's a different conversation. It's a different conversation. Give it another decade. They found the space, but they didn't make it right. Maybe. I think it's still unclear, but it certainly feels that way to me. Oh, I apologize. Excuse me. Wouldn't it have been better to use it for waste or trash? Why did they go straight to housing? As Hapset Shut said just above you, that's so American. Because then they could sell it. Indeed, yeah. Yeah, I feel like the space will reject people just like continuous colonization. Money is all about the money. It is all about the money. What if we're in the back rooms right now and we just don't know it? Like, I think we would know, but I don't know. I thought you were gonna say a bidet with an AI voice. What? I don't know. I just watched the One Goon video about the sand mafia where they illegally drag sand to make more Singapore land. I 100% believe they'd use the backrooms for housing. It is one of those things, right? In America, we have a weird system where we have a bunch of open housing, but it's too expensive for a lot of people to live in, so it just kind of sits there, and it's a real problem. And they're dealing with that in certain places, like in New York. They've done a lot of work to create more affordable housing, but it's just capitalism is just kind of that monster. It just does that stuff to us. AI voices. My mom listens to videos narrated by AI, and it's very annoying. It sure is, Samantha. Hazel's I almost watched that video today too. I have a coworker who hangs up AI prints all around work. I hate it. My boss the other day was like, Connor, what's your favorite AI tool? And I was like, what question are you asking me? What do you? None of them? Negative 1,000? Like, I don't know. There's a project on YouTube called Amjail, warning eye strain, where one of the characters speak angel speak, which is pronounced the way text would be backwards. Hi pronounced like ih. Oh, weird. That's interesting. If everything exists in a parallel universe, was there ever an original universe? That's a philosophical question that I feel wildly unqualified to answer. Something tells me when Kane started the series, he wasn't like a good writer. He just stuck more of a simple and understandable story and then didn't overbloat it. Hey, I would say that's the sign of being a good writer. Not filling your story with too much to keep people interested. Restraint. I think that's a very valuable skill. I've mentioned basically every time I make a video that I love, being given room to think and theorize and guess. And I think that's exactly what we're getting here. Little pieces of information interspersed over a long amount of time with plenty of room to theorize. And I'm sure that once we get through all 22, there's still going to be stuff we don't know. And also, I looked into it before we started. The series isn't done, as far as I'm concerned. Kane said that he was slowed down when he started production on the movie, but he intends to do more and also return to some new series, or rather, start some new series once the commercial run, or whatever they call it, of the Backrooms movie is done, which is very cool. Very excited. Very excited. Capitalism has its downsides, but my mom grew up in commie Poland. It was 100% worse than now. That's fair. And you know what? This is not the stream to have a whole conversation about the economic system of America. Go watch Hassan. Go watch someone else. I'm not the person for it. I like to watch spooky stuff. Spooky stuff can comment on real stuff, and that's the brief moment when I comment on the real stuff myself. But I'm more into like, what's the little scribble guy? That's more what I'm into. Dama, I'm terribly interested in the things you say. Wait, what did Dama say? Oh yeah, no, yeah, the parallel universe thing. It's fascinating. Kane, I don't know if Kane is a prodigy. My boss put my written work into ChatGPT to check it. I nearly lost my mind. I fucking hate that. I use my filthy human hands to make art. Thank you. That's how I like it. Yes. I think when it's more mysterious and there's less detail, it can be scarier. 100% agree. At FM5QH. Check out the short film It's Better Here, or something along those lines. We'll find FNAF drug. Yeah. Plasma, I love saying random rambles until something makes sense. Hey, that's just the process, man. All right, we need more socialism in our capitalism. Yeah, there's stuff there. Look, again, if I start going down that rabbit hole, I'm never going to come back out, and I'm going to do it poorly. And so I'm just going to leave it being like, I'm unsatisfied with certain things, and I also recognize the logic that exists within capitalism, but I also think that we exist in late-stage capitalism now, which changes the way that we have to approach the conversation. And while there are certain merits to it, there are also certain downfalls that, to me, don't balance out equally. And so that's what I'm going to leave it at. I'm an English major. What do you mean you want ChatGPT to give me pointers? As a former English major, 100% agree. 100% agree. Kane said he was going to make a streaming limited series to wrap up Backrooms. He also made a different series called The Oldest View. Love Oldest View. Oldest View is great. Oldest View is really cool. AI can't embroider or crochet. Very grateful for that. The moment that AI starts controlling like physical machinery, which it probably already does, but I mean on a grander scale, it's over. It's over. Even certain parties I disagree with right now are trying to solve some of this AI shit, because it's just not regulated enough right now. But again, this is not the kind of commentary that I like to do on my channel. I like to talk about fun shit. My mom watches AI rage bait. She knows it's AI, and I tried to explain the concept of rage bait to her, but she still watches it. Christ. Shout out to the fiber arts community. We might survive. And I surely hope you do. I hope every arts community manages to survive. And I believe they will. I just believe there's going to be some rough times ahead that all of us are going to have to weather together. But having said that, dude, there's actual doctors asking ChatGPT for patient diagnoses in front of patients. It's nuts. Yeah, okay. We live in a really bad timeline right now. Okay. I think, wait, did we go forward in time? Hold on, I'm just checking. Okay, yeah, last one was July 2nd, 1988. The one we're about to watch, First Contact, interesting name, is January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October. Jesus Christ, I'm going to have to do this over and over. October 17th, 1989. So we have gone a little bit ahead. And, all right, we're back to it. First Contact. Let's go. FBI warning. No one distribute this. You got to be careful. I'm going to read a little bit more chat. Will the Planetarians be automatic cabinet members, or will they just have to give them security clearance every time the president needs to make a speech? 7 silly pseudonyms. We don't even have time for that. That's fascinating, but we don't even have time for it. Ooh, fictional horror to distract from real man-made horrors. Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah. It's just a bunch of shit, man. It's just a bunch of shit. All right, I have to go get ready for work. Love you bunches. Enjoy the stream and have lots of fun. Hey, thanks for joining Plasma User. Happy to have you here. Enjoy work if you can. I had a discussion with a bunch of friends from high school recently, and I asked how school was going, and one of them goes, well, you know, ChatGPT is my bestie. When you rely on ChatGPT in high school and college, once you... but I guess ChatGPT exists. It just pisses me off. That's not how you learn. That's not how you learn. And look, the school environment is not great. In America, the public education system is kind of a nightmare. It truly is. ChatGPT is not going to help. It's not going to help. It's not going to help. I'm getting pissed off. I have to confess I would, in fact, download a car. If I could. I have to pay for making my car payment every month. $500, including insurance. Just out the window every month. Yeah. I would download a car if I could. I'm making myself very angry. Let's watch this video. Don't distribute this. Async. We got a logo. Calm down, Mr. Connor. Inner peace. Watch the scary shit. That'll bring me peace. It genuinely will. Uh-oh. Okay. Modifications. Triple support beam on internal chamber 23A. Introduced plus 13 more additional RF cavities. Don't know what that is. Introduced redacted into the redacted. Replaced detectors 41 through 90. High precision beam now monitors for vibration exceeding 90,000 mevas per gar. Whatever. Centrifugal. Is that what it is? Wait, what? Well, what's centrifugal? It doesn't matter. Whatever. All right. It's jargon. Oh God. Hold on. Okay. Hold on. Thank you guys for telling me this thing. This reminds me of when I'm editing. Okay. Is that in English? BNCH BY. Failure. Bunch of stuff failed. Awesome. Solenoid 3 magnet tracking. Okay, maybe let's just let this all hit us, and then we can go back and check stuff if we need to. We're gonna be here forever. And it's still all Blender, man. Because I mean, where's Kane gonna film this? This reminds me of like a power plant. So it seems to me that this is their attempt to try to reach the backrooms in the first place, which is why we saw a failure attempt last time, where a little force field came up and then nothing happened. Yeah, this is Blender. Yeah, filtering helps so much. I do it in my own content sometimes with my other ways. Just adding music, it undercuts some of the background noise. it's automatically mapping. Wait, that's sick.
There's something there. There's an obstruction. Keep going. Sir, this is not safe.
Sir, this is not safe. Oh, they got it. Wait, that's sick. That's actually really cool. That's really cool. This event actually coincides with the North Korea earthquake. That's cool. Makes sense to do that. So weird. So ominous. All right, I don't have a ton to... Hi. I don't have a ton to say about that one. I think I said mostly while we were watching it. So I actually would like to just get some progress going. But I will do PPE works for the... I don't know what's PPE. I'm pretty sure I saw it on iWatch Station. If the earthquake opened the back rooms and the back rooms caused the earthquake, I'm almost certain it's the latter. Because if... I guess it could be either, but it makes the most... when I did this motion earlier, I hurt my hand. It makes sense. Oh, PPE. Oh, there you go. Yeah, thank you, Fighter Pilot Dragon. My guess would be that it's the latter, but it actually sounds, by the way you're talking, that you know more than me, so maybe it's the other. That's so interesting. God. So maybe that was humanity's first contact with it, but if it was humanity's first contact with it, how did they even know to look for it in the first place? So, well, I guess, you can no-clip there on your own. So did someone no-clip there and then make their way out and inform people about it, and then that's why they started looking for it? Huh. Does the text in the failure scene kind of look like a link? Let's find out. What are we talking about? Like right here? What text are we talking about? Yeah, the rest of the room is crooked. That's actually... that is actually fascinating. I didn't even register that. Maybe the first saw contact instead of the inconsistent blips before, maybe. Is there text in here anywhere? Oh, yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. Let's check. I'm not certain. I don't know if there's a good way to check for it. But, okay. All right. Oh, God. Drop out. Portrait of God. Ah! Okay. I need to watch the new premiere of Game Changer. Very excited. I love Game Changer. Yeah, I don't think that's a link. And if it was, I don't know how to translate that. So, yeah. I think maybe it could be. Oh, it actually does. Okay. So if you flipped it, that would be what? D, capital N. Should I try? D, capital N, C, H, H. I guess if it's a backslash, it would be a forward slash. Nope, that's not it. There we go. Oh, wait. Was it automatically recommended? Okay, hold on. And then DY. Yeah, it looks like it's more... I don't assume... Okay, so look, it's right here. Oh, okay. Oh, game theory got to it first, obviously. Okay, thanks, AI, but here we go. A theoretical upper limit for the charged particle multiplicity per unit of rapidly measured and high-energy particle collisions. So it's some fucking crazy science bullshit that it's too advanced for me to understand, but is great context for whatever science bullshit they're doing here. What do you know? Oh, we got Travis McElroy in the chat right now. Hi, Travis. Happy to have you here. Welcome. Very exciting. That's cool. Welcome. I'm excited about that. That's exciting. If y'all don't know Travis McElroy, he makes some of my favorite shit for the most part, or he's at least involved in some of my favorite shit. So that's very cool. Hello. I'm gonna be right back real quick. I'm so sorry. I'll be right back. I will be back in 2 seconds. So yes, Trav Nation, rise up. I was going to tell my girlfriend because she also likes it, but I just want to say, go check out the Adventure Zone. One of my favorite things. Anyway, cool. Hi, welcome. Happy to have you here. I become a nerd when people I respect creatively appear around me, but very cool. Okay. Anyway, hi, welcome. Thanks for joining. Happy to have you here, and let's rein in how excited we are about this and keep moving forward. But what were we talking about? Trav Nation, hello. So yes, looks like what we were looking at there was just some complicated science bullshit to give context to the experiment that was happening here. But I'm glad we checked it out. Really interesting. Looks like all the complicated science bullshit failed 3 times, and then suddenly succeeded. And that's what we saw at the end of that video. Very cool. It's really cool. I wonder if there's like quantum physics things where the backrooms both exist and do not and are impossible to pin down, like electrons in a valence shell. You lost me a little bit at the end there, but maybe. Maybe. Not sure what to tell you. Why the video called me a failure. Wait, the video called you a oh, no, that's not you. That's not you. Could be you, but no. I need to reset. Okay, let's go to the next one. Missing persons. Fascinating. And this is going to come from February 3rd, 1990. So we are still moving ahead again with this episode. That's very cool. So we got Nicholas Bolton or Boltix. I wonder if we could call... Wait. Should I call that number? Should I call that number? I'm going to call that number. We're calling a number. Oh, do we lost Lunar? We lost Lunar. Lunar Stella. Bye. Thank you for joining. Very happy to have you here. But don't call it. Is it a real number? Because sometimes when you put a number in a piece of fiction, it's almost asking you to call it. If it's a dead end, then nothing happens. I can call the number and let you know what's on the other end. I'll tell you right now. Okay, it sounds like it's nothing. You know what? We're going to call it. We're going to have fun with it, and we're going to call it. If it's nothing, then it's nothing. And I'll put it on speaker. Yo, what's up? I'm just stopping by real quick while editing our podcast episode. Oh, we got Solid Silver here. We're getting visited left and right by people that I'm excited to have here. I was just on a podcast with Solid. He's editing right now, and that should be out soon. I mentioned it a little bit in my Still Wakes. See you, Lunar. Oh, sorry, person. I don't even know what we're talking about anymore. But either way, what if it's Kane's personal number? And he just joins us on stream. That would be sick as well. But no, let's see what happens. All right, I've got the number entered. I'm gonna put it on speaker real quick. It says Bodega Bay, California. Okay, so it's nothing. It's nothing. Okay, well, fun. Love the FNAF reboot series. It's incredibly compelling. Sick. Yeah, love it. Very good. Very good. Calling Backrooms at 3 a.m. It goes wrong. Yeah, it's 8:06 p.m. for me, but it could be 3 a.m. for... It's 5 o'clock somewhere. That's my point. Let's keep fucking watching. Okay. I'm an experienced theorist when it comes to this series. If you have any questions, I can answer them. I appreciate that. Oh, we got more missing persons. Oh, that's what the title of the episode is. Okay. Marlboro. Smoke them if you got them. So the implication here is that these are all the people who fell into the backrooms, I imagine. And someone's been tracking it too. Since 1987. I wonder why it starts in 1987. And then in late 1989, something happens which very quickly makes the missing persons cases probably this. Probably that's what happened, if I had to guess. Oh, whoa, that was fast. Okay, so there's actually, oh no, this is the same video. Oh shit, I thought that was a cut. Okay, never mind. Was that the track of 87? By the way, these people, if I'm not mistaken, also animated, right? That's really impressive. Very cool. Imagine being on that team. Right? They've got a rope, I imagine, to not get lost. Kind of Hansel and Gretel situation, but birds aren't going to eat your path.
I don't know.
If a number starts with 555, it's a number used for fictional. I recall that factor.
It may just be part of the environment.
I'm doing my best for the dates. Luckily, I've got plenty of people here to help me out. I watch the back rooms. Indeed, indeed. Welcome to 42 VM. I know I'm missing people when they join for the first time. I'm so sorry if I have not greeted you.
This wasn't in the last report. No.
Also, I'm going to go back. I've been talking over dialogue. I thought subtitles were on, but I don't think they are. Or maybe there aren't any for this one. So I'll shut up now. The breathing. Also really good atmosphere.
So, hold it. I don't know. I've never seen this before.
I'm going to turn it up a little bit, chat. Please don't kill me.
I've never seen this before.
Some symbols were drawn?
It may just be part of the environment. But it makes no sense. Why would you again if I you? This makes no sense.
This makes no sense. I got that one.
This wasn't in the last report.
This wasn't in the last report.
No, this is definitely new. It's organic. Is some kind of fungus?
Whoa, 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 hey, whoa, hey, whoa, okay. All right. Thank you for the people who told me about the frame thing. Okay, hold on. We'll read that in a second. All right, so what do we got here? They're looking at this guy, Moldy Abe Lincoln. It's not the guy. Wait, who are we talking? Okay, no, this corpse. Okay. This corpse vaguely resembles Nicholas Bolton, but it's not him, just some other poor guy. Okay, is that purple guy crawling along your progress? Yes, the purple guy is my progress bar. I always forget that I have that because I'm so used to seeing it. But yes, it's Moldy Abe Lincoln. Could be Moldy Abe Lincoln. He does have the forehead of Lincoln. I could definitely say that. Missing the beard a little bit, but I get it. The face shape is a little bit there. Nicholas Bolton and the corpse are played by different people. If anybody, blame him. Okay, so what do we got here? They're looking at this, and then it cuts to something organic. I couldn't really define exactly what that is. And then maybe a microscopic image. By the way, if you're curious what the typewriter sound is, I also have an extension that makes all my typing sound like a typewriter because it makes it way easier to write when I don't feel like it. Because I feel... Okay, if anybody blame... Oh, if anybody, blame him. That's what it says. If anybody, blame him. Moonlight Lunara, we're losing. Thanks for joining. Happy to have you here. And have a great day. People are saying bacteria are into biology cells, microscopic shot of bacteria. Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at. The actor is Kane's high school friend. That's fun. That's how Abe Lincoln truly died. Yeah, as far as I was concerned, he died from being blasted in the back of the head, but maybe he went to the backrooms after that. It's possible. Some of them appear to have nuclei, so it might be more fungus than bacteria. God, it's so great having people who are smarter than me in chat. Helps me out a lot. Might be fungal slides. Yeah, people are saying I guess that makes sense, too, because if we go back a little bit, dude's got some fungus going on. That's mold. That looks like mold to me. So... if anything, he's just been here, like, rotting a long time. The quality's so low that you can't really see exactly what's going on with him, but there's clearly some kind of residue all over him, so... maybe a fungus. Maybe a fungus, perhaps. Perhaps. Mayhaps, perhaps. They may not directly pertain to the events occurring, but all of the odd elements of the video are intentional. Good to know, Meanie Tang. That's really cool. Yeah. Missing Persons. I think this is one of my favorites we've seen so far. It gives a lot of good context. It's also got good atmosphere. The missing posters at the beginning are really cool. Seeing that after whatever happened in 19... And I have to imagine that it was the opening of the gate that caused things to get so spooky all of a sudden. And now they've got people going in there, and they found I guess, one of the missing people, I assume. Backrooms mold. Maybe they become some food for the monster after the fungus consumes them. Just make note of first contact being insanely chaotic and not making sense. Random images of spectrographs and flipped text. The video makes no sense. Without going into detail, there are mushrooms or fungi species that spread by melting into a black-like goo. Okay, well, there's the goo. Fascinating. Very interesting. Very interesting. All right, our next video is autopsy report. Maybe we'll get a little bit more context about this dude. I assume that's who it is. That's why it's John Doe as well. For February 5th, so 2 days later, if I'm not incorrect, 1990. And we got a voice actor credit for Arthur Langley. Very cool. Async is the one who is conducting this autopsy, it looks like. Async Department of Biomedical Sciences. So this corporation, this program, whatever it is, they've got a lot of resources at their disposal. That's really cool. We got Loop Deluli. Have fun backrooming, gang. I must go. Good night. See y'all next time. Well, thank you for joining. I appreciate it. Damn, now it really reminds me. Oh, that's such a great reference. It totally reminds me of the movie version of Annihilation. The scene where the skeleton's all stuck to the wall with all the mold and the fungus and the flowers coming out of it. That's a great connection. I totally agree. Totally agree. This is assuming the Backrooms reflects our world and doesn't have an entirely related strains of life. Also fascinating, Dama. You, whoever said it earlier that they like hearing Dama speak. Dama, you bring wild, different perspectives to this conversation that are very valuable. Very good. That's sick. Being food for the monster is also interesting, but you would have thought that maybe the monster eats them when they're in a more regular state because it still pursues living, or maybe it needs to kill them first. I have no idea. Fascinating. I bet they won't have any biases regarding autopsies from presumably the backgrounds that Async presumably created or opened up. Yeah, man, fascinating. There's a lot of cool stuff happening. All right, let's keep it going. Let's keep it moving. I'm almost certain. I'm just gonna let you guys know. I'm almost certain that we are not getting through this whole series on this stream. I'm gonna try to make it to episode 11 because then we'll be halfway through, and then we'll have the other half we can do next stream. I think that'll be my goal. If we happen to make it past that point, that'll be sick. User Noel, who seems to know a good amount about this. Async apparently began as an MRI research company. They have a lot of medical departments. The KV31 project is a secret one, and I assume that's a little bit of what we're getting right here. So, cool. Good to know. A little bit of context there. That's sick. Very good. Let's go. Autopsy report. Let's see what's going on with this body. Answer some theories.
Subject is male, somewhere between 18 and 21 years old. I estimate that the time of death was around 5 days ago, but due to the severe tissue damage, it's hard to say for sure.
That body.
The cause of death was likely malnutrition.
Oh,
I
Jesus.
was able to recover most of the digestive tract. So, as things start to deviate from what we would consider to be natural, the decomposition process appears to have been stunted somehow. It's like portions of the body stopped decaying and were sustained.
Yeah, I was looking at the teeth a lot.
Other areas, however, were completely overtaken by culture. So, I took a couple samples of some of the material here. At first, I thought it was an aggregated collection of Pseudomonas fluorescens, but it seems to be closer to a mutated strain of simple hay bacillus, which it should be completely benign, but
They're able to get a lot in there. They have some control over this.
Really,
place.
I don't know what to make of this. Mr. Beck, may I ask where this subject came from?
Ivan Beck. Okay, that's the second time we've heard that name, though. Interesting. I guess he's the vice head? That was the vice chairman. So you can mix biology, some real stuff from the back rooms. That looked like Ronald Reagan, maybe. Okay, That one seemed maybe important. There's some real text there. Okay, and to that point, the sentimental, all serious engagements in this environment was never suited for mankind. To maintain delusion would be condemned. Okay, so someone has an issue with what's happening with the Backrooms. That's what we can take from there. That's cool. Why is this series actually kind of good? I thought the Backrooms was cringe or something. That tends to happen when larger communities get a hold of something and they... first of all, I take issue with calling any series cringe, unless with some exception. But to that point, I think the Backrooms has multiple branching off points where different communities have found different things they like about it. Kane Pixel series is about atmosphere and mystery and strangeness, whereas others who enjoy the series, they get more into like deep lore and like having a bunch of levels. So it's a very complicated kind of reality. But there's a bunch of stuff happening there. People say mutated hay bacillus, which is bacteria or fungus. It's one of those. It's what's got to be. How hard is it for Ivan Beck to present this corpse to an uninformed member of the Institute? Yeah, it's weird. I assume that autopsies would have to have been done by someone who was well aware of it, but maybe they were trying to go for if we presented this corpse to a completely unaffiliated person who didn't know what we were talking about, would they be able to come to a different conclusion than what we had come with, because they are working from like an unbiased or like a more like traditionally medical viewpoint, you know, where they don't know about this weird backroom space. So I don't know. Kane definitely did the research. Like, I'm into astro and quantum physics and stuff, and I've never heard of the Alice Project. Very interesting. Very interesting. It got oversaturated by different parts of the fan base. Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Ivan Beck, vice director of Async, is the protagonist and antagonist of the series. We never see him in the series, though, only mentioned. That's cool. That's very interesting. The only series that can be counted as cringe is Angel Engine because it is all AI. I agree. I've heard some people defending it. Sorry. I'm unwilling. I have not looked into it. I don't want to engage with AI content. That's just where I'm at. I know some people like it, but yeah. The only thing I will say that it seems like a lot of people in the chat are saying right now is, fuck, Kane really put a lot into this. It's really impressive. Really impressive. And again, it makes sense that these creators are being given bigger and better opportunities going forward. Speaking of which, Dylan Clark, another creator who I covered recently, is having Portrait of God adapted into a full-length feature film. I don't remember by who. I think it might have been Blumhouse, which hit or miss with them, but they've got some good stuff. So it's just another cool thing. You know, I remember when Wendigoon had his movie produced. Markiplier just did Iron Lung. So like we're getting good content out. Wendigoon didn't produce a movie. I think he helped maybe fund one, but either way, I watched the movie. It was interesting. It was not it was more of like a military gun thing, and that's not exactly my favorite part of like Wendigoon's content, but like it was still interesting. I watched it because, you know, he was attached to it. But I'm really happy with the way that indie content can become mainstream. I believe that indie content is the future of good fiction, but you know, it's all over the place. It's all over the place. All I know is some of the most powerful experiences I've had with fiction have been with indie fiction. You know, there's obviously incredibly good mainstream fiction stuff produced by, you know, AAA game studios and published books, but I don't know. You go and read Staircase, or it's not called Staircase in the Woods, a Search and Rescue Operator, or you go and read Left Right Game or Baraska. That's great writing, and that's just made by some guy on the internet, some person on the internet. Or you go watch this series, you watch, you know, Mandela Catalog. Depending, you know, some people don't like it as much. Some people see, you know, analog horror has a people have weird reactions to it, but there's great stuff out there. There's great stuff out there, and I think that giving more credit to people who start something that they had a vision for and recognizing their limitations but moving forward from that, it's a great way to get better content than what we've all gotten used to in the early 21st century. So it's really interesting. Bob Odenkirk is Kane's own personal casting choice as well. Oh, that's cool. I like Bob Odenkirk. Yeah, I like them a lot. Portrait of God was a good one. It's true. What are we looking at? Mentioned that prior to missing persons, according to Kane, they found a corpse covered in mold. The info was only shared via message and was never elaborated on. Just give context. Interesting. You know, when I don't know. I don't know when the Portrait of God thing is coming out. Angel Engine stole the plot from a Dragon Quest game. Okay, well, another reason. Yeah, dude. Like, it doesn't surprise me. And I won't make any, I haven't watched Angel Engine, so I can't like really comment on that. But like, it doesn't surprise me that plagiarism exists in the same space that AI is being used more heavily. So I'm more confused on how it selectively kept parts of him alive. Oh yeah, I totally glossed over that. That's interesting. Why? What parts of him are valuable and why? Maybe to let the human body do complicated reactions, keeping us alive, slowly rotting. Ugh, gross. That would be weird. It's all CGI. It's crazy. Yeah, dude. No, it's really weird. Popular fan cast for Ivan Beck, at least from what I've seen, is Bob Odenkirk. Oh, and that's what someone was mentioning earlier. Yeah. Hey, Bacillus, or however you present it, is a type of bacteria found in soil and is in the gastrointestinal tracts of many animals, including humans. Okay, so maybe it's something that already exists. And maybe this, oh, here, I'm going to make a weird, fun, poetic connection. Oh, if it's something strange and undocumented, not undocumented, but like if it's a weird corrosive thing that already exists in the human body, maybe there's a parallel to being like, oh, the backrooms already existed and we're already here, and it just took some time for us to encounter them. I don't know. By using someone unrelated to the project, it helps from providing ideas of what it may be, similar to known concepts, and creates interesting pardon me, Jesus. Interesting hypotheses. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. It's like, you ask someone who's never engaged with something to give an honest like rundown on what they're seeing from it, and you're not going to get someone who's trying to like get a promotion or someone who's trying to further their own research or who has it. They're just going to tell you exactly what they found, and that's very interesting to me. I think it makes a lot of sense. So if the substance, does that mean the backrooms was digesting him, or was it something in his own biology that just was affected by the backrooms? Or is it anything else like that? Things are also out of order, and that's very weird. Also, I will mention that this TV scene may or may not take place later on in the series. Mandela Catalog was made on iPhone editing software, and it's honestly really good. Analog horror can be amazing if people use it to its fullest. Totally agree, yeah. I mean, I think original parts were but later there are Blender animations in Mandela Catalog, if I recall correctly. And while they're interesting, they actually take me a little bit out of the series because it doesn't feel like they're fully, like, they are immersion breaking because it's very clear that they're animation, unlike this, in which it's pretty believable, which is very impressive in itself. Very impressive. Apparently, B. subtilis is very easy to manipulate in its genes, and it's used in labs as a model organism. I think it's a bit less malicious than that. The backrooms warps time, so maybe parts of his body decayed faster or slower. The backrooms digesting him is a cool idea. It is very cool. Mandela Catalog was made with duct tape, hope, dreams, and nightmares. Yeah. Also, the text on the TV is yet another blurb of text that's unrelated to the project, but vaguely correlates from it. The OG text was from a book. Oh, fascinating. When you say Bob Odenkirk, I was thinking of Ron Swanson. I got the term mixed up. No, Ron Swanson is Nick Offerman, but I do love him. Okay. Imagine Ron Swanson in the backrooms. Well, frankly, I'm uninterested. This is not even a funny joke. I didn't even have a joke prepared, but just imagine him in there. You know, all of this is frankly lost on me. I can't do an impression of him, and I can't come up with something funny he would say, but someone else could. So, do your work. Do your work, Chad. There's a lot of interesting stuff here. I do like Ron Swanson. I think I prefer Parks and Recreation to The Office, if I'm being completely honest. Completely Office. Okay. Mutated, hey, complex communicates, mayhaps. Portrait of God film is Universal. Jordan Peele and I forgot. Jordan Peele and Sam Raimi. That's really cool. That's really sick. People like The Inheritance, which is worrisome a little bit. I've not seen The Inheritance. Was that a bad one? I don't remember. Ivan Beck, actual last name is Rooms. Beck is Ivan Beck Rooms. Maybe. Ron Swanson would thrive in the backrooms. I don't know if he would. Maybe that's a discussion we can have at some point. Ivan Beck personally knows most people on the project. Okay, so clearly Ivan Beck is someone I need to be paying attention to. I think I had already guessed that. But, okay, we haven't even finished this video. Let's finish it. We're just going to move right on to the next one. I can't keep doing this. Sunsets on top of it. Okay. Backrooms informational video. Let's check real quick the date on this one. February 29th, 1990. Okay, still moving ahead as wait, right? Yes, okay. As far as I'm concerned, we're still moving forward a little bit. I've been told specifically to focus on dates here.
Welcome to the Project KV-31 Research and Development Team. In this short, informative video, you will be briefed on the required protocol in regard to Project KV-31, as well as receive an overview of future development plans. What is Project KV-31?
Okay, hold on. Someone said before you watch it, look up February 29th, 1990. Let's do it. All right. What happened? I did not even register that the 29th would obviously be a leap year. Okay, so it's not real. It's not a real time. Fascinating. Okay. Okay. Huh. Okay. What do you know? Just read this. I think the single smartest thing the series has done is had a giant shrieking monster in the first video, and the first video only. Just the knowledge of what any of these people are actually in danger of encountering really ratchets up the suspense. That's a great point. It's a good point. But anyway, thank you for telling me to do that. I totally would have glossed over that point. I was just like, yeah, it's a date. Awesome. Pay attention to sun and ocean and sea references. Okay, people have got stuff for me. There's an unfortunately small number of backrooms fanfics on AO3. I've checked. Hey, that means it's up to you. Be the change. Yeah, at least it's not real time in our experience of existence. Intentional, not narrow. Oh, I assumed as much. I assumed it was intentional. Ron Swanson is very crafty, but he wouldn't have much food or beer. Yeah, he also wouldn't have, like, unless he, it depends on the situation, but he wouldn't have, like, his tools. He couldn't do, like, lumber work, whatever they call it. Woodwork. Not a mistake at all. Oh, yeah, you were doing all the sun emojis earlier. I was curious about that. I guess that's going to make sense for me later. Kane is very intentional with anything he does. Can't wait to write my backrooms self-shit fic. Yeah. Let's see a romance between me and the entire setting of the backrooms. Me when I fuck an office building that's 600,000 square miles. Yeah. Kane also discussed the error and why it happens vaguely. Swanson would die in the backrooms because he tried to make a barbecue from the creature. Will not spoil. This video is okay. This video is important. Let's lock in. All right. Let's all focus up. And let's just really watch it, and we'll talk about all of it when we're done. I'm going to do my best here, okay? Let's actually lock in. Everyone note stuff, and we'll come back to it. I can turn it back down, by the way. I know I turned it up for a second. Should I turn it back down? I'll keep it there.
Welcome to the Project KV-31 Research and Development Team.
So what's KV-31?
In this short, informative video, you will be briefed on the required protocol in regard to Project KV-31, as well as receive an overview of future development plans. What is Project KV-31?
Good question.
Project KV-31 pertains to the study and development of the async low-proximity magnetic distortion system.
Distortion. Magnus. There we go.
For the sake of convenience, you may hear your peers refer to the project under any of the following titles: The Machine, The Door, The Back Rooms, The Complex, Hallways. Unauthorized usage of these terms outside of the async research facility is strictly prohibited. The threshold.
Hold on. We're gonna check. We're just gonna check. I saw some flashes. Okay. Whoa. Why is that happening? Okay, hold on. Okay. So it's prohibited to talk about this stuff. We got some mapping. Oh boy. Not that it would do any good. Not that it would do any good, but whatever the fuck. Okay.
The threshold without guided supervision.
Don't do it.
Never enter the complex alone. All expeditions are to be comprised of no fewer than 3 individuals.
So good. February 29th, 1990, 11:56 a.m. Who's about to go into this room by themselves? What did we literally just hear? God This is a fascinating series. It is so well done. Okay, there's 3 of them.
Yeah, but that was 2 weeks ago. I'm not going to be doing anything about it now. I mean, do you really think that there's actually a vaccine in this situation? I mean, there's too many variables. It's probably to reset the whole circuit. It's doable. So you know how it is. There's one thing has to come on, and I had a movement. So,
Yeah, I really wish there were subtitles. No, they're very intentionally or not, it looks like.
Guys, do you hear this?
Are those multiple voices? That's...
Hey guys, do you hear this? Hey!
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. They walked in with 3 people, right? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. We're taking it back. Hold on. I might be stupid. I might be stupid. There might be 4 people. Okay, he walks in. The one holding the camera. He's going to turn in just a second. He's going to show us how many people are walking in behind him. Unless we're missing someone, because we're just out of frame. 1, 2. 2. Is there someone still walking in?
yeah, but that was
Okay. We've got 4. Okay, there's 4. There's 4. Okay. All right. I thought I did something. Okay, there we go. All right.
Guys?
Oh, I went too far ahead. Oh no. Okay.
I'm going north.
Weird. Okay.
Guys, do you hear this?
See, what I imagine... I'm sorry. I imagine, just to add some spookiness to this, we might get a revelation in a second, but like something trying to lure you in, either with safety or just curiosity, and it's just a creature, and it just opens its mouth, and a bunch of voices come out of it. Do you see the picture I'm trying to conjure? Just an individual monster or human or whatever. It opens its mouth and it's just a bunch of voices coming out of it. That's creepy as hell. It's the kind of horror that I like to imagine. Just like, what's producing that? Because I could also see a reality where they turn a corner and it's like a gramophone or a whatever they call it, a record player. And it's just like a voice is coming out of a speaker or something. But I like the idea of it being one thing producing the sounds of multiple things. Very spooky to me. Or the backroom's trying to mimic conversation, which kind of reminds me of some Mandela Catalog stuff.
Hey guys, do you hear this? Hey!
Okay, so that's a full in-time cut, I imagine. That's real. That just happened.
Guys? George? Open!
That would be so scary, by the way.
Hey!
And clearly there is no safety net for what the backroom says. It can just do whatever the fuck. The dark hallway. That's rough.
Where's this one?
Debris? I would look up. Yeah. I thought it was debris. Yeah, I appreciate the clarification, but I thought so. You forget you're looking at an animation. That blackness is so all-encompassing. That's crazy. It's so weird. It's like wallpapered. I guess all of it's technically wallpapered. Axe. Pick it up! Or a hammer. It's one of them. But yeah, I would take that if I were you. Wheelbarrows, sure. Oh, and dude, the wallpaper, it looks like that thing where you take an image and you like stretch out 1 pixel of it as far as possible. That's what the wallpaper looks like. That's creepy. It's like a farmhouse, maybe. No, it's not a farmhouse. It's just like, it's still weird. Weird to find a house inside of a structure. So I'm not gonna fuck with that, sure. Yeah, when a video game tells you to run or hide. Yeah, why do you need the axe? I don't think you need it for any reason. It's just weird that it's there. But I would say, if you find the weapon, pick it up. Especially if you're in this situation. God, it would be so easy to get lost. Looks like an exit, but obviously it wouldn't be the way you came through. It's an exit to something else. To more darkness. Yeah, I checked that window before going through that door, but that's just me. It did look like it was kind of... The barn did look like it was kind of put into the wall, which is interesting. Oh, whoa. Weird. Oh, wait. Okay, so we've seen that desk. We've seen that desk. Yeah, post came, was not there anymore. Oh. Honestly, I'd find it comforting. I'd find it comforting to have such a human reaction to stuff. Oh, I hate that. Oh, he turned off the camera. That's sick. It actually makes perfect sense, but weird. Very weird. I wonder if that guy's okay. This looks actually like a blueprint of the room. That's the window, that's the desk, that's another one of the desk, and then those were the server things we saw maybe, and then the complex. Okay. Whew. Lot to... weird. Okay. Okay. Huh. Alright. We got a lot to think about there. What did we find? Okay. So more objects that were brought in from the outside world, clearly. A little bit. Or rather, that are representations of stuff from the outside world. I don't know exactly why they're there, but they are there. Wheelbarrow, barn or house or whatever we want to call it, but it also weirdly looked like baked into the wall. Not an actual part of it, maybe. And then that research room, which we've seen photos of from before. Solid silver. Wait, where does Freddy Fazbear come into play? That might be a different series, my friend, but still. Yeah, like if there's an alarm, maybe people will come and at least try to get me out of the restricted area. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, there was the weird giant, weirdly like kind of misshapen wheelbarrow, and then the wall that looked like So I get the okay. Here's a theory that I'm working with right now. When something enters the back rooms, you know what? I'm gonna make this an Annihilation reference. Kudos to whoever brought that up earlier, because it's a good reference to make. For those who don't know, in Annihilation, there's a little bubble that has appeared over a zone somewhere on Earth that when you enter it, it starts doing crazy weird shit, basically to the atomic and biological makeup of basically everything. I think it's mostly DNA based, but it could be more than that. I don't recall exactly how deep it got into that. I actually have been meaning to reread because I need to get to Absolution, which I have right here. But in Annihilation, when you enter this bubble, it starts automatically like kind of merging and doing funky shit with everything that enters it, the DNA. And so that's why you've got like bears that can replicate human voices and have like human memories, and like people turning into flowers. It's, by the way, movie is really great. And the movie is like the first like 60 pages of the first book, and then there's 4 full books after it that are not covered. It's very strange. But what if when you go into the back rooms, whether you're a person, whether you're an animal, whether you're an object, it immediately starts doing something to your chemical makeup, which could explain why, and maybe it's not conscious or maybe it is, but it could explain why all the weird stuff was happening in that body that they found. It could also explain why there's weird stuff in the walls, why certain creature, like maybe that creature we saw at the beginning was originally a human a long time ago, and just something happened to its body and made it all weird. Which would be extra tragic and great for a horror setting like this. All right, I don't know. Solid Silver's got to go to finish the podcast episode, but it's fun to revisit these videos. Well, thank you for joining. Happy to have you here. Okay, but I want to see what everyone else is talking about, because that's kind of where I'm operating from, is that no matter what, by entering into this space, something happens to you. Something unexpected. Something hard to pin down. All right, what are people saying? Oh my God, I apologize. This is what happens when you drink whiskey while you stream. Not that that's going to stop me. Okay. I don't know if this is canon, but in one of the teasers for the A24 movie, I believe it was established earlier in the stream that the A24 movies are, or that the upcoming A24 movie is canon to this, so it could be valuable. So, it showed a real life room slowly morphing into a room from the back rooms. Maybe this is why backrooms. I think that it totally could be that, especially with the little theory that I'm working with right now. It takes a thing and it ingrains it into itself, and then it does that to it. I don't know. Also, not all objects are from standard Earth. The debris could very well be, but the wheelbarrows are most likely designed for that particular location. But why? Hey, I'm getting a good grade at live stream chat, something that is normal to want, impossible to achieve. Yes, you should feel proud of yourself. Ivan Beck was canonically born on 7/16/1931 in Karlovy Vary, Czechoslovakia, KV3. There you go. There you go. Also, 7/16 will be referenced a few times later. There you go. That's. Would that indicate that this project is maybe actually taking place in that area of Czechoslovakia if it's titled after it? I'm sure it'll come up, but that's interesting. I like the theory that this is someone's memory of the world. Oh, that's cool too. That's really cool, because so much of what liminal space is, at least a lot of the photos that I've seen and how I covered it in my original video, is that it felt like a childhood perception thing. You know, the angle that these photos were taken from was low and looking upward, like at how a child would look at it, and it's grainy and distorted in the way that people of our generation and like older generation, like slightly older generations, remember their own history, like through grainy photographs and photo albums and stuff like that. So that's a really interesting theory. I like that a lot. The phenomenon, not the Ranbu series. Wait, what are we? What? Oh, generation loss. I don't know what that is. Hold on. What's generation loss? Generation loss definition. I'm using Siri this time. The loss of quality between subsequent copies or transcodes of data. Okay, that makes perfect sense. Yeah, of course. That's really interesting. The film is fully canon. That's good to know. Backrooms is a weird mix of Stranger Things, Annihilation, and House of Leaves, which is really funny because Kane hasn't seen or read any of those things. Man, that's really fascinating. That's really cool. How do we know he hasn't read those? Or whatever. Either way, even if he hasn't, it's probably in interviews. But Stranger Things, not my favorite. I'll be perfectly honest with you. I liked it when I was younger, but I kind of grew away from it because I don't like a lot of the acting in it. Whatever. I get critical of child actors. It's fine. But Annihilation and House of Leaves, I am totally getting both of those. The scientific aspect to the exploration of the unknown zone is very Annihilation. Even if all the rest of my theorization is incorrect, the way they're exploring it and the way they're going about it feels very Annihilation. And then House of Leaves is obvious as a reference. Like, it's perfect. So like, it really does. Asing is in San Jose. Oh, okay. What do you know? You never, not once, considered converting this space into a rage room. Your instinct gravitates towards mediocrity. That's, you know, that does sound like something you would say. Although, I get the impression that Ron Swanson would be like, a rage room? You mean like the woods? I don't know. Like, he would be offended by the idea that you need to go to a space to exhibit rage. He'd be like, I experience rage anywhere that I feel like it. That's my right as an American man. So something like that. But Asing is in San Jose. Okay. I think it's taking a place. It's taking a place, then reducing down it to its most basic parts. I think that's interesting. Yeah, that could totally be that. Like, aesthetically, it's just like, what do you think of when you think of a farm? You think a wheelbarrow and an axe and a little barn door, and that's it. Or what do you think of when you think of an office building? I think of lights that buzz and grainy wallpaper, and that's about it. Like, it's interesting. It's interesting. Also, some real people will be involved in the plot later on. That's fascinating. I love your theory, and I also like the theory that the Backrooms is an entity itself trying to replicate what we see day to day in the real world. Yeah. If those could merge, also sick. That'd also be sick. Dear God, Lincoln did die in the Backrooms. The series is what Stranger Things could have been. Agreed. But like from the A24 teaser, maybe Backrooms from trying to recreate the world because it's something like Generation Lost in the Backrooms. That's interesting. Like, I wonder if that theory is correct. If there's a version of the Backrooms that was really effective, like it basically felt like the real world, like it did it right, and then because as far as I'm concerned, this is how Generation Lost would work. It would continue to base its perspective on reality on. It's like when you remember anything. When you remember anything, what you're actually remembering is the last time you remembered it. That's how memory works. It's a very weird thing to kind of explain, but like, I've seen someone say the best way to remember something is to not think of it often, because the more you remember it, your memory becomes of the last time you envisioned it, and then that becomes your most recent memory, and then that becomes your most recent memory. So memories degrade over time because of that reason. I believe that that's a very comparable thing to Generation Lost. So if that's what it is, and it created this one space that was really interesting and really, or rather really effective and really realistic, and then it just kept basing it off of that, like a printer, you know, making a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy. It degrades into just this baseline, like it's a building with rooms and lights, and then whatever the fuck else is in there is just kind of a weird byproduct, which is really interesting. Pretty sure the crowd noises earlier was from a null zone, allowing the noises from the real world to come into the Backrooms. Yeah, I think I saw you mention that, and I also saw you mention that the null zone is the place that you clip through. So there is. And we already knew this. Like, this was established in episode 1. There is an intrinsic, non-scientific, non-async way to access the Backrooms. And that's actually more fascinating than any of the scientific stuff, which is, why does that connection point exist in the first place? That's, I don't know. That's very strange to me. How much can you reduce a concept before the concept no longer exists? It's almost like a ship of Theseus question, right? If anyone knows. You take a board out of a ship and you replace it with a new board. If you take every board off of the ship and replace them all with individual boards, if you take every part of something and individually, piece by piece, replace it with a part of something else, is it still the same thing? Another thing I think of is the fact that allegedly every cell in the human body will have regenerated fully over the course of 7 years, right? Because, you know, your skin dies, all that, like, the cells of your skin die all the time. Like, you are made of materials that degrade and go away, and that also rebuild upon themselves. So every 7 years, allegedly, you are basically made of none of the materials that you were made of when you were born, to which some people question, philosophers question, are you the same person that you were 7 years ago? At which point do you become a different person than what you were initially? There's a lot of interesting questions there, and we could be fully going down the wrong path, but it's good horror and even just good fiction itself it is what allows these conversations to happen. And I feel very lucky that I'm able to engage with these pieces of fiction with an audience, with people who I can actually bounce my ideas off of. It's kind of the reason I got into YouTube in the first place, because I love my friends and I love my family and my partner and all that good stuff, but a lot of them don't have this level of fascination with this kind of content, so it's really valuable. It's really interesting. Really interesting. Don't compare Stranger Things to the series, though. The generic idea of government portal is all they have in common. That's fair. Async is not an evil organization, just morally gray, as are most scientific organizations, I'd say. Like, they want good things, but they have to do weird things to get there. Maybe morally or ethically dubious things. It's interesting. You appear to have trapped me in some sort of mediocre fun house with subpar construction and outdated wallpaper. What precisely was the goal here? Yeah, the monster shows up and Ron's just like, I know more than you. It doesn't even apply. I just love Ron Swanson. He's a great character. It's as if God made a world from one sentence. Yeah, someone said that earlier, but it's I like that. I like that. Reconsolidation, game of telephone with memory. Also, the more you remember, and I was late for the fact. It's perfect. Yeah, it's just interesting. I like all these theories are all great, and I know some people know more about the series than I do, and I appreciate their input, but the theorization is just so fun. Maybe part of the oddities in the backrooms occur. Man, horror asks the questions that the brain can barely think. Yeah. I mean, what horror represents to me is a chance to tackle things that are either too scary to deal with in the real world, like, violence and danger and going into unknown spaces that have the threat of violence and danger in them. But also, it is a chance to tackle subjects that are quite literally impossible to conceptualize in a real life framework, in a real life setting. And I just love horror. I think horror and comedy are my two favorite styles of fictional expression. I don't know if that's the right way to phrase that, but I think you know what I'm talking about. Maybe no clipping is the backrooms trying to gather information on what things are supposed to look like. Yeah. Reaching out a tendril, grabbing something. I don't know what tendril, but I choose to stand by that. Reaching out a tendril, grabbing something, being like, what is this? Fun. And then leaving it there because it's got 600,000 miles of storage to use. Square miles, so more than that. Thank you. Back door to the backrooms. It feels like a random no clip is the natural way into the backrooms, and the async door is unnatural. If the backrooms were discovered, not created by async. I am running with that assumption. I think it's fascinating either way, but I think it's extra surreal if the backrooms exist with no human input. If whatever the backrooms are making choices or are engaging with actual human reality completely on its own terms, and that we've just suddenly clued into it. It's fascinating. I've used the word fascinating a lot. The theory reminds me of if coral was a parasite. Is that a product in itself, or is that just a general conceptual premise? Because either way, it's interesting. By the way, Penelope Selby, hello, welcome. Async found the complex, and unwarranted no clipping was a direct result of the first contact. Hence the missing persons graph. Also, the data is real. There is a giant spike in 1989. Oh, wait, like in real life, a bunch of people started disappearing in 1989? That's interesting. Backrooms. Oh, Vivarium. Yeah, Vivarium. Weird. And the Truman Show. Truman Show is a horror movie. A lot of people don't call it that, but I call it that. Truman Show is a horror movie. I love the Truman Show. Really interesting. An ex-girlfriend of mine showed it to me we used to do movie nights where one of us, we're doing one now, where one of us would in my college would bring one of our favorite movies and we would all watch it, a movie night. And I had never seen it, and most of my friends had never seen it, and we all watched it together, and we were all like, that's horrifying. It's kind of a comedy a little bit if you choose to view it through a comedic lens, but that's a horrifying movie. Maybe the Backrooms just wants a friend. It's interesting. I think the Backrooms is truly infinite. I like that idea. Yeah. No, I totally see the connection between Backrooms, Vivarium, and the Truman Show. They're all these massive, man-made, seemingly spaces, but they all have this weird other surreal element to them. The most realistic, weirdly, is the Truman Show, because it's just kind of a dome, but it's still so artificial, and especially once you see all the human elements to it, very strange, very weird. It was confirmed async found them, but this only applies to async according to Kane. Okay, but I mean, did Kane come up with that async, or is async also a part of the Backrooms lore beyond this. I don't know. I'm going to assume it's a part of a Kane thing, but Kane is the true villain of the Backrooms series. I guess so, as the writer of it, in a very meta sense. The idea of the Backrooms is finite kind of ruins it for me. Well, you know, it's interesting, the idea that you could map it all out, but that it would be a huge undertaking, like literally like the way that we have mapped our own planet. That'd be fascinating. That'd be interesting. Kind of gives me Library of Babel, like how there is a limit, but it's so beyond comprehension that the limit somehow makes it worse. Yeah, or the I don't know if this is the same thing, but the afterlife in A Short Stay in Hell, where every singular combination of book exists and there is a limit to it, but how you can throw yourself off a balcony and fall for days. Very weird. Piranesi, yes, I have definitely read Piranesi. Piranesi is a really fascinating book that also manages to actually, maybe more accurately than anything else, your Piranesi is basically about the Backrooms, but with a more complicated take on it. Well, maybe not more complicated, but on a different take on it. Piranesi is really interesting. It is about a separate reality from humanity that a bunch of stuff is going on in, and then throughout the book you realize, and this is a spoiler, I actually kind of feel bad about presenting it this way. Go read Piranesi. It's a really good book. Really good book. Yes. Coral destroys most it comes near by eating it, so it has more space to grow. Yo, hi, how long has the stream been going? Oh, Rebecca, welcome. It's been going for about 2.5 hours. I don't know how much longer it'll be going for. Kane came up, but we'll be going for a little bit longer. My goal is to get to episode 11. We're about to do episode 8. So we've got a little bit more, and we might, depending on how fast we go, we might go past that. We'll see. There's one episode that's 30 seconds. So he only used the original fairy tale of the Backrooms. Kane doesn't really use any outside lore stuff. That's good. I appreciate that. Backrooms was only a blurb of text with the attached image. Yeah, I actually think I just saw an interview he did with what's his name? What do I do? I always do this. The guy behind Saw and Insidious, James Wan. I think I just saw that he was talking specifically about how he just went off of that. We're losing Jaka. Welcome. Welcome. Thank you for joining. Happy to have you here. I hope to see you in the future. Very fun. I think it's worse because infinity is basically impossible to quantify in the human mind, but a finite number could theoretically be comprehended. You just can't. I like that idea. I'm so freaking excited for the Backrooms movie. I'm a fan of anything Kane Pixels makes, and I've been in love with the Backrooms forever. I am very excited for the movie. I've mentioned it multiple times during the stream. It's kind of the main reason why I even had the idea of doing this as opposed to doing any other kind of stream. And also, you know, it when I put the vote on my Instagram and on YouTube, it won on both spaces. So clearly a lot of people are into it. I mean, this is one of the most populated streams I've had in a long time, which is really cool. You know what I'm actually going to do? I'm actually going to do a quick bathroom break chat. So I'm going to be back in like 3 to 5 minutes, and we'll get right back into things. But it feels like a good time to take a rest break, do some processing, and we'll come back in a second with a fresh mind. So I'll see y'all in a little bit. All right, boneheads. I don't know if you've noticed this, but can I show you something that tickled me a little bit? It may have actually been blocked by me. I'm not certain. But do you know what is recommended just under the playlist we've been watching? The fucking Truman Show. Someone must have noticed that and mentioned it intentionally, but if not, fucking crazy pull. Fucking crazy pull. That fucking called shot. That's awesome. Very cool. Either way, though, interesting to see that be the recommended movie. It's also free. Should we just watch The Truman Show, guys? I do love The Truman Show. It's a really good movie. I haven't seen it in a while. I've only seen it one time at that movie share. I always have ideas of what I want to be for Halloween, and then Halloween rolls around and I'm like, oh wait, shit costs money, and I never have money. It was not intentional, I promise. That's so funny. I think if we watched an entire movie on YouTube, it would probably get taken down. But maybe I could do it as a members only thing. Maybe. Or I could almost certainly do it as like a Patreon thing. I have a Patreon. I never touch it. I'm such a bad YouTuber. But like, anyway, I would love to do more like I'd love to watch horror movies on the channel, but unfortunately YouTube doesn't really support that kind of content creation. So we'd have to find some kind of workaround, or I'd have to do it on my own and then cut it together into its own thing. But I do love The Truman Show, and if we could watch it, that would be fun. There's a lot to comment on there, but there's so many movies that I would love to watch with you guys. So I just need to find a good way to do it. That's true. We could watch some films from the 1960s. But yeah, oh yeah, you know what? Maybe that's the way to do it. If you want to watch The Truman Show with me, or whatever else, maybe I start hosting movie nights in my Discord. And that means you have to become a member. You have to become a member just once. I don't kick you off the Discord if you stop being a member after that one time. But the one time you do it, you get access to the Discord. If I watch them there, record it, and then I could cut that up and have that be separate footage. That's a way to do it. Maybe I would hire someone else to do the cutting up. But either way, maybe we'll do that. That's a good idea. And I don't want anyone to get a membership that can't afford to or that feels like they're being coerced. But if you've ever wanted to hear me sing Boys to Men, you do have to become a member. But if you become a member right now, you can go right in the members only and listen to me singing It's So Hard to Say Goodbye by Boys to Men. Although, can I say, I'm suddenly very tempted to do a karaoke song. Just randomly right now. And I think I will. All right, everyone choose one song, and I'll do a karaoke of it right now. What do we think? Well, Rebecca, if you want to become a member, I really appreciate that. It does help me out a lot. And hey, if you want to chat with some of these people you see in chat more regularly, that's a good place to do it. I totally understand. Bohemian Rhapsody. Oh God, I knew people were going to suggest that. Pink Pony Club, I could do. I don't know what the Carl Papa song is. Goofy Goober Rock. I've never listened to. I know that's SpongeBob, but I've never watched it, so I wouldn't do it well. I could totally do Good Luck Babe. I know that one better than Pink Pony Club. Puff the Magic Dragon, I don't know very well. Sing Sailing by Christopher Cross. Some of these songs I don't know very well, unfortunately. The Man Behind the Slaughter, you want me to do It's Been So Long by Living Tombstone? That's my favorite recommendation I've gotten so far. Good Luck Babe is also good. Okay, the two I'm holding up right now, unless someone gives me a better one, is Good Luck Babe or It's Been So Long, Living Tombstone. Pink Pony Club. Connor, this playlist has 3 hidden videos. Oh, that's good to know. My Ordinary Life. That's a fun one too. One-Eyed One-Horned Flying Purple. Isn't that like a summer camp song? Is that like a real song? Okay, let's I'm gonna have people choose. Here are your two options. It's Been So Long, Living Tombstone, or Good Luck Babe, Chaperone. I will do one of them right now. Okay, we're getting one for It's Been So Long from Finn. I'm going to start counting them now. So if you've already sent it, Do it again. Okay, second for Living Tombstone. Living Tombstone. Living Tombstone. Good luck, babe. We got one for good luck, babe. Good luck, babe. Good luck, babe. Uh-oh. Oh, should I just do both? It's been so long. It's been so long. Good luck, babe. It's been so long. It's been so long. Good luck, babe. Tombstone. I should do a poll. That's probably way easier than what I'm trying to do with my fucking fingers. Yeah, how do I do that shit? Here we go. Start a poll. I like doing what do. Okay. And I love karaoke. It's one of my, I've done it for 2 birthday parties. It's one of my favorite things. So I'm not gonna do it ironically. I'm gonna try to sing my very best. I'll add 2 more options. I'll add 2 more options. I'll add 2 more options. I could do both. I'm about to sing Mixtravic Family. That's what's happening. Okay, for it to be both, the majority, like, we need, like, it needs to be a huge, overwhelming majority for both. This is such an overriding of what this stream is, but you know what? It's fun. You know what? Who doesn't love to have a little fun break? We'll get back into it. We'll get back into it. I promise. Okay. For both, I need it to win by at least 30% for it to be both. Otherwise, I'm just going to do It's Been So Long. This is why I'm subscribed. Well, I appreciate that. No, I'm really going to commit, though. I'm actually really going to commit. All right, it's looking like It's Been So Long is where we're at right now. Backrooms, but you can hear karaoke ominously in the background as opposed to the opposite. That's actually very funny to me. All right. Thinking it's gonna be It's Been So Long this time. Maybe I'll do Good Luck, Babe as a members only in a second. Okay, I think we're gonna do It's Been So Long. Does that sound good to everyone? I think. Here we go. All right, we're gonna call it. It's Been So Long. Here we go. Oh wait. Is there going to be any issue with sync between my microphone and the desktop audio? I really hope not. But if there is, it might be extra funny. Hold on. You know what? Just in case any fuck shit comes up, let me just censor real quick. Okay. Is there a carry? There must be. Oh, yeah. And it's by Sing King, which is the good one. Hi, Yonder. You're about to have a very strange experience if you don't know what's about to happen. But are you guys ready? Here we go. Sing along if you want, if you know it. Okay. I'm going to do my best here. Ow! Hold on. My cat just jumped up and totally murdered me. Ah! What are you doing, crazy? She also failed and didn't get up and left and abandoned me. Fucking psycho cat weirdo. Okay. Ugh. Purple Guy, Ron Swanson, Abraham Lincoln in the back rooms, and now we're doing karaoke. You're having to listen to a FNAF song as karaoke for the first time. How has that never happened to you? I have a friend group that I'm almost certain. Actually, you know what? I'm 98% certain I remember this correctly. I was a little drunk, but my last birthday when I turned 23. We went to a karaoke bar, as I mentioned, and I'm pretty sure we all sang the Five Nights at Freddy's song. I'm pretty sure. Okay, you want the cat? I'll get the cat. But she was being an asshole. She keeps jumping up and clawing the shit out of me, but missing, and so she just claws me and then she leaves. Hi, idiot. Oh. All right, hold on. The people demand your presence. They demand you. Here she is, everybody. Discord is a very good song. Say hello. You have anything you want to sniff into the mic? Use your words. No? Nothing to say? Okay, that's fine. Here she is. This is baby Padme, if you've never met her. There's a lot of people on the stream today. Oh God, my hair looks so stringy. I should shampoo before I whatever. Her name is Padme. She ain't got no teeth. She's dumb, and she knows it. Did you see her react to that? No, she's dumb, and she's an asshole, and she's spoiled. But she hiccuped, and use your words. Say something. Meow. Meow. Come on, say something. Are you gonna hang out? Are you gonna sing karaoke with me? Are you gonna hang out? We're gonna find out. She does have a little bow as a Christmas present to her from my girlfriend. It looks like she's settling in. Okay. While I do karaoke, I'll also angle her down a little bit. It's my baby. My sweetheart. This stream has gone well off the rails. Also, my hair looks so bad. I'm so embarrassed. I have a hat here. Should I just put that on? It's from Meow Wolf. You guys ever been to Meow Wolf? It's cool. I like it there. He's a little baby. What'd she just call us? Did she call you something? I don't know. No, it's Padme. It's a little baby Padme. It's a little sweetheart. It's my little girl. She had a surgery that cost me $3,000 to take all her frickin' teeth out for no reason. But hey, we had it. Not for no reason, but it was $3,000 fucking dollars. Jesus Christ. She is very soft. Yo, Meow Wolf, I want to go to Omega Mart. That's so bad. I haven't been to the Omega Mart one. I've only been to the Denver location. But the Denver location is really cool. It's actually, speaking of which, it's supposed to be like a bunch of dimensions all merging together, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool. Happens to all of us. No worries about the hair. Well, I appreciate that. You know, you spend all day, you're writing alone, you have no one around you, and it's your day off of work. You're like, I don't want to shower. I don't want to put on clothes other than my pajamas. I put on a new shirt for you guys. I put on a shirt and jeans for you guys. Not that you can really see my jeans, but I did. Yeah, the Denver. Oh yeah, Convergence Station. That's what it's called. Yeah, next Richard. I've been there 3 or 4 times. Actually, one of my very first dates with my girlfriend was there. Before I think we were official. It was really cool. I love it there. Very sick. Also, Rebecca, if I'm not mistaken, it looks like you have become a member in between certain messages. So thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. I really do. It means a lot to me. Don't we feel special for real? Don't worry about it. Ugh. Yes, Denver. I'm a Colorado-based YouTuber, but I really appreciate that, Rebecca. If you send a message in the Discord when this stream is over, I will say hi to you personally. I will make a point to do it. Okay, so we were gonna sing. Let's still do that. And Padme's, I guess, gonna just be here with that, and we'll see if she remains. I'll try to keep her a little bit in frame. Okay. It's hot where I am too. Oh God. It's been a rainy week in Colorado, which is very, very rare. Very strange. Yeah. Okay, here we go. I'm pretty sure there might be I hope these are synced. If they're not, it could be kind of funny. But let's find out. I don't know if I need to turn it up at all. All right. You guys, okay, tell me how this audio is first. Just give it a second. Ooh, it's a little different. Does that sound like an appropriate level for that audio? I love karaoke. I'm about to have so much fun. I'm pretending that I'm embarrassed, but I'm about to have so much fun and not pay attention. So much fun and not pay attention to you guys at all. It won't be worse than the April Fool's stream. That's probably true. Probably true. All right, let's rock and roll, gamers. We ready? Gamers, boneheads. We're going to call you what you are. Do you guys want to see the lyrics? Would that help you? Should I stay small or should I be... Here, I'll put myself that big. I'll put this on full screen. Get a little bit smaller. All right, here we go. Hold on. Oh, she's leaving. Okay. Bye, baby. Mama's making chicken. I can't believe that she's even giving me any attention. By the way, Mama is the cat version of my girlfriend. Anytime I call Peyton Mama, I am I am simply referencing her as though I was talking to Padme. But otherwise, all right. Karaoke time. It's been so long. The Living Tombstone. Here we go. All right. I gotta lock in. I need to take a second. I am not a trained singer by any means. Okay. Hold on. Sorry. I was rolling over my poster, the one that I took down off my wall to show that I'm a fan of Travis McElroy. Okay, sorry. Here we go. I don't know what I was thinking, leaving my child behind. Now I suffer the curse and now I am blind. With all this anger, guilt, oh no, hold on. Oh, this is so out of how okay, hold on. You know what? No, I'm gonna commit. Here we go. Okay, I'm sorry. I got embarrassed. I'm sorry. Let's start over. Let's try this again. Okay. And my cat's yelling. Hey, she goes upstairs and then she forgets where we are, even though we're just right here. Okay. All right, we're gonna try again. Okay. This is gonna get bad. Thank you to anyone who's supporting me, but this is about to get rough because this song gets higher. Okay. All right. I don't know what I was thinking, leaving my child behind. Now I suffer the curse and now I am blind. With all this anger, guilt, and sadness coming to haunt me forever, I can't wait for the cliff at the end of the river. I may need to adjust. This is revenge that I'm seeking, no, or seeking someone to avenge me. Stuck in my own paradox, I wanna set myself free. Maybe I should chase and fight before they'll try to stop it. It won't be long before I'll become a puppet. It's been so long since the last time seen my son lost to this monster, to the man behind the slaughter. Since you've been gone, I've been singing this stupid song so I could ponder the sanity of your mother. Let's see how they do it. Here we go. I wish I lived in the present with the gift of my past mistakes, but the future keeps luring in like a pack of snakes. Your sweet little eyes, your little smile is all I remember. Those fuzzy memories mess with my temper. Justification is killing me, but killing isn't justified. What happened to my son? I'm terrified. It lingers in my mind and the thought keeps getting bigger. I'm sorry, my sweet baby, I wish I'd been there. Oh, I'm losing it. It's been so long since the last time seen my son lost to this monster, to the man behind the slaughter. My voice is leaving me. Since you've been gone, I've been singing this stupid song so you could ponder the sanity of your mother. I think that might technically be it. Okay, I think that might be it. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, everyone. Now I feel like I have to sing. Okay, you know what? To prove myself, I'm doing another karaoke song. I'm gonna show you guys my my go-to karaoke song. The song I sing every time. I don't know this day aria. I don't know what that is. It's okay. But now I'm gonna sing the song I sing every time I go to karaoke, and it's obviously "My Way" by Frank Sinatra. It's just a great song. My voice can do it way better than what I was just doing right now. This day aria is from My Little Pony. Yeah, no, I've never heard that then. Okay, well, I'll look into it and I'll do it at some point, maybe. I did love My Little Pony growing up, but I didn't get very far into it. Okay, but now I have to do this song. Okay, I know we didn't agree to it, but I'm doing this one out of love for the game. Okay. And now the end is near, and so I face the final curtain. My friend, I'll say it clear, I'll state my case, of which I'm certain. I've lived a life that's full, I traveled each and every highway, and more, much more than this, I did it my way. Regrets, I've had a few, but then again, too few to mention. I did what I had to do and saw it through without exemption. I planned each charted course, each careful step along the byway, and more, much more than this, I did it my way. Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when I bit off more than I could chew. But through it all, when there was doubt, I ate it up and spit it out. I faced it all, and I stood tall and did it my way. I've loved, my cat's being crazy. I've laughed and cried. Get out of here. I've had my fill, my share of losing, and now, as tears subside, I find it all so amusing to think I did all that, and may I say, not in a shy way. Oh no, not me. I did it my way. Here it comes. For what is a man? What has he got? If not himself, then he has not to say the things he truly feels, and not the words of one who kneels. The record shows I took the blows and did it my Yes, it was That's a really good song. I'm sorry, I can't even I can't do it justice, but that's a really good song. It's good, it's just a good song. You just like singing it. Okay. Pardon me. Yeah, drink some water is right. Drink some water is absolutely right. Luna Serva, I may be mistaken on this, but did you just become a member as well? If so, I appreciate it. If not, I'm sorry that I got confused, but either way, I appreciate it. Jesus. I love that song. Cooking Connor. Oh, everyone's so kind to me. Wait, I thought everyone was going to be making fun of me. This is very nice. You sound good covering a Michael Bublé song. Oh, should I do I Just Haven't Met You Yet? Should we fuck the rest of the stream? No, I can't. But should I? Should I do that song? Because I do love I Just Haven't Met You Yet. Used to be one of my favorite songs. Ooh. You need to get vocal lessons and make music. I'm so serious right now. I do make music. It's not good music. It's mostly D&D music. And every now and then I write music. Oh, she's back. Everyone say hello. She thinks there's food up here for some reason. That's the reason she hops up primarily. She's wrong. The only thing we have up here is whiskey. Do you want to try it? The answer is no. And I knew it would be no. But she's here, which is very nice. Maybe she just liked my my music. Dropping an album when I drop albums all the time. Unfortunately, if you want to, if you want to hear me sing regularly, look up Bosch on Apple Music or Spotify or whatever, and look for a picture that looks like this, and you can hear me sing. And also, the music is also me too. Hold on, I'll cut to the middle. So yeah, I do make music. It is what it is. Okay. It's a song about nostalgia. It's kind of liminal. Backrooms confirmed. Hey, you know what? Let's call it thematically appropriate. Let's call it that. What have I come back to? Yeah, that's a good point. Live stream of the year. Hey, well, thank you, everybody. It was very fun. Hey, Loser Pet, that is very kind of you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Very kind of you. Very kind. Thank you so much. It's not a Michael Bubble. So can I get sure you're so talented? Cool. Please don't go bald. Don't go bald. Don't go bald. You think I have any control over that? I will say, genetically, I'm in a good spot. My dad and my grandfather still have a pretty good amount of hair for their age, 50 and 76 or more than that. So, might be okay. We'll see. Got a pretty good head of hair so far. But either way, Loser Pet, thank you so much. That is very kind of you. I really appreciate that. Well, best Monday ever. This is so fun. Wait, hold on. Are we getting... Oh, wait, a membership was gifted. Oh, to Trin. Oh, that is so awesome. That's so perfect. Well, I really appreciate that. That is very kind. Very nice. Very good. We lost Comical. The karaoke was actually pretty good, but I do unfortunately have to go. I'm getting sleepy, and my doctor said I need to stay on schedule. Yes, please, if stay on schedule. Really appreciate all of that. Comical mustache twirling villain. I love your name, and I appreciate seeing it anytime you're here. That was a lot of fun. The male pattern baldness or whatever is like evil, dude. Hey man, I've been on the bald subreddit enough times to recognize that at a certain point, when your hair starts thinning or when you have naturally, thin hair or just any number of that, going bald can be a little bit of a good thing. And I'm already a hat guy. I've got fucking probably like 30 to 50 hats in this house right now, so it won't be hard for me. But if your mom's dad isn't bald, you're golden. My mom's dad is not in the picture, so I actually don't know. And he also may be dead. This is what my mom is adopted and only recently reconnected with her biological family. They're all very nice, but her dad specifically is no longer in the picture, so I don't really know. But hey, I'm fine either way. I like having a full head of hair now, but if I lose it, I'll be chill. I'll be fine. I don't need it to be what I am. I don't need it to be who I am. My girlfriend might leave me, but, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Well, I guess we'll find out then. I guess we'll find out. I'm 23. My hairline has not changed that much so far in my life, so we'll find out. Most of the men in my family have pretty good hair, and on my mom's side, I guess there's technically a good deal of Native American, which hair loss tends to not be as bad for. It's crazy. You wouldn't look at me and think Native American, and you also wouldn't look at my mom and think of Native American, but genetics get weird sometimes, so I really don't know. And I am 23. Yes, that is exactly how old I am. I am 23 and 2 months. I'm 23 and 2 months. My favorite teachers from the school I graduated says graduated from are bald. If that says anything, yeah. I mean, look, I love bald people. we're having this is a fun stream. Okay, I'm 20, turning 21 soon. Congratulations, 21's a fun one. When you get access to alcohol, be thoughtful about it. That's the best advice I can give. Just be thoughtful about your consumption. Hey, I'm just dropping in. I haven't been to one of these in a while. Wasted Pain. Hey, welcome. Very cool. Happy to have you here. You just missed karaoke if you want to go back a little bit and see that. But now we're just discussing whether or not I'll be bald and whether or not that's a good or bad thing. And that should be fun. Yeah, I am a little bit of just a baby. The bald rooms, the bald chorus. Bald people are the greatest. That's my impression of SpongeBob. Having basically never watched the show except for a little bit in college when my roommate tried to show it to me and I didn't like it. What about the non-bald people, Mr. Connor? Everyone's good. I don't care. I have met plenty of bald people who I think are completely attractive. I've met plenty of, I was about to say haired people. People with hair that I also think are attractive. I've also met both who are very ugly, but that has more to do with their personality than anything. I think attractiveness has to do with more than... I think finding someone attractive has to do with more... Should I end the stream? No. I think finding someone attractive, to me, has to do with their personality a lot more than their physical appearance. So I am perhaps not the best person to ask about who is the most attractive person I've ever met, or like what makes someone attractive. I'm trying to think, who do I consider the most attractive person I've ever seen? My brain always goes to Idris Elba. Idris Elba's insanely attractive. Like, just, he really, really is. But I don't know if that's my actual answer. I'd have to think about it. I have a real crush on Ryan Gosling too, but anyway. Oh, the girl who got her hair buzzed in V for Vendetta? You mean Natalie Portman? Because, sure, dude. Natalie Portman's plenty hot. I'll say that. Yeah, for sure. Bald is better than a fucked hairline, maybe. Oh, I agree. I agree. I think that when you realize that your hairline is just, it's not going to come back, it's a good indicator that it might be time to take the step to just, embrace the baldness. And every time I see someone, here's what I'll say. I think bald is always better than receding. If your hairline is leaving you, I think embrace it. Cut it all off. Most people, as I mentioned on the bald subreddit, and I think someone mentioned being a fan of it. Who did I see? Who did I see who was into the bald subreddit? I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm so sorry. And Nihilith, maybe Nihilith. Whoa, he's bisexual. He didn't know that. I am bisexual. That is true. I am a bisexual person. I guess, okay, a little insight into me. I guess pan is probably a more accurate descriptor of my sexual identity, or what do they call it? Sexual preference? But I identified as bi when I came out in 7th grade, and then I just kind of stuck with that. But yeah, I don't know. Bisexual is what I feel comfortable with. That's the flag I like. So that's what I stick with. But, if the difference is like being willing to date a trans person or like being willing to date like non-binary people, I'm also fine with that. It doesn't matter to me. So I might more accurately be pan, but bisexual is what I've always identified as. So I don't really intend to change it because it's all just words. Just whatever makes you the most comfortable, and that's where I'm at. So, yeah. The point, Fighter Pilot Dragon says, people pretty LOL. That's about it. Yeah. It shocks me that that's not the baseline, but I guess I don't know, genetic, like biologically for procreation reasons you have to have like the biological sexes, whatever. It's a whole thing. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about that. There's too many people on the planet already. That doesn't matter to me. I just like looking at people who are hot, and to me it kind of doesn't matter whether you have like facial hair, like symmetrical features, or like makeup or whatever. It's just kind of whatever. It's just kind of whatever works. So Pam is probably more accurate, but bi is what I go for. So, or what I identify as. Should we get back to this fucking series, or are we done? what are we thinking, chat? No, let's get back to it. Let's not fully devolve into just nothing. Let's get back into it. Honor McWoke. Yeah. If it's woke to be attracted to more people, then I guess I'm woke. And also everyone I know. Almost every single person I hang out with is queer. That was not by design, but it just happened. Okay. I have a crack theory that because bonobos, our closest relative, are violently bisexual, that humans are too, but culture pushed us away from that. The woke rooms. I'm going to say the backrooms or the woke rooms. Oh, God, the woke rooms. Oh, man. You just want more singing? Guest Stanopovin? I think I got that right. I could fully bail. Birds of a feather flock together. No, I do think that's what it is. I think I made connections with a bunch of people in high school and college, and then I realized that a lot of those connections had to do with the fact that we had a shared perspective on politics and sexual preference and gender identity politics and gender identity in itself. So I don't know. This is the kind of thing that I read bad comments about all the time. Sometimes even, oh, dude, every once in a while, people come back to my "It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia" comment, and it's or a video, and it's always a comment about, hey, Carmen from fucking "It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia" isn't actually a woman. And I'm like, seriously? The Carmen episodes came out like 15 years ago or some shit like that. It's probably not that long, but like 10 years, like that's season 1 through like season 3, and it's all about like, is that what you're getting hung up on? The fact that I called a trans woman a woman? Can you shut up? Can you chill? Can you relax? What? Bums, fucking whatever, dude. I don't know. One of my best friends that I've known since 2nd grade is a trans woman. In fact, many people I know are trans women, but one of my best friends who has never appeared on this channel, but who I love and I hang out with all the time, basically every week, is a trans woman. It's not fucking hard. She's changed her name 3 times. That part's hard. Sometimes I call her the first name that she came up with after ditching her dead name. But that part's fine, because I'm still fucking addressing the gender correctly, and also we've had conversations about that, and it's fine. This stream has been a very solid combination of me pissing myself off and also being insane. So the internet's just... Look, in reality, I actually believe that most people are competent and accepting and want good for people and are willing to get past stupid semantics. But being on the internet makes it fucking hard, because people on the internet, you always get exposed to just the dumbest, stupidest shit. Yes, we love trans people here. This is a trans-safe environment. Same thing for non-binary people. Same thing for almost every sexual orientation. The reason I say almost is because sometimes pedophiles try to present themselves as a sexual orientation. They're not. But any real sexual orientation, about consenting adults, fucking, you're safe here. You're fine. Don't worry about it. You're good. And I do not accept members in my audience or chat that are opposed to that. So that's the point. Okay. I'm not trying to like virtue signal or whatever, but fucking I like being very clear about where I stand on shit. I'm not interested in making a huge dramatic statement, but I'm a queer person and I love queer people, and I'm dating a femme-presenting person. She is also queer. It's not worth getting into, and it's also not my thing to divulge. It's not my information. So Just be cool. That's the point. Just be cool. All right. Connor McPeak. Thank you, everybody. Woke King. Yeah, that's how it goes. Out there in the room with us. Yeah, I know. Dama, you're funny. All right. Thanks, everyone. Let's do a little bit more. Maybe we divulge into more stupid karaoke. Let's see if we can get a little bit more into it. I was having a lot of fun with it, but obviously I've been having some drinks, and also I started singing, and a bunch of shit happened. So, all right. 11 million views. Fuck me. If I had one video that got that big, that would set me up for so long. Jesus Christ. All right. This is March 5th, 1990. I will not be born for another 13 years, and I'm very bad at math. What's 8 plus 5? 13? Yes. I will not be born for another 13 years and 13 days. Right? Yes. Okay. I'm so stupid. All right. Motion detected. Backrooms. Here we go. This is episode 8 for us. Fucking lock in. Jesus Christ. Okay. All right. If we don't make it to 11, that's fine. March 5th, 1990. But here we go. Oh, Connor, wait. Oh, fuck. User Null, who I trust to tell me about the actual series, has something to say. What's up? Hold on. What's up? What's up? I missed one? Did I? Wait, did I? No, wait. We watched this, didn't we? No, we watched this. No, we watched
Welcome
this.
to the
We watched
Project
this.
TV31
Or is there a hidden
Research
one that I'm
and
not seeing?
Development Team. In this
Oh, is it one of the
short
hidden ones? Okay, well,
informative
if it is a hidden
video,
one,
you
how do
will
I
be
find
briefed
it?
on the required protocol in regard to
This is,
Project
okay, there's a
TV31.
secret video. Okay, I want to watch that. How do I find that? Can you tell me? No? By the way, cool name. I like addressing when people have cool names. Also, I'm looking at User Null's channel right now, and I think I may have seen their face. Just a funny thing to do. Okay, first contact in the description. Okay, we can do that. I actually might have even noticed that. Okay, wait. Is it the fault line? Is that what we're going for? Yeah, if you comment too much, I might look at your channel. That's what happens. Is it fault line? Is that what we're going for? Okay, cool. All right, cool.
Corporal, there has been a rather strong earthquake in northern...
Here, I'll put on the subtitles.
I'm Ted Corporal. There has been a rather strong earthquake in Northern California, so strong, in fact, that it has, among other things, knocked out all the power, or much of the power, at Candlestick Park, where the third game of the World Series was being played. But in the overall scheme of things, that may be the very least of things that has happened today. You can see some video there. I gather that's live video of Candlestick Park.
And we are feeling a shock right now, and that shaking in your picture is being amplified by the tremor that has just gone through the top of the stadium, and we are live. They're taking the bases off. 8:41 Eastern, 5:41, and we just felt it out here. We're at ground level.
This is a live shot.
So just give some more context to it. Sounds like the earthquake that happened when they were doing the testing.
And you can see that there are
yeah.
at least two major fires that seem
So
to be
I like
on
either
this
the
there.
implication, and
Let
I
me
think we
just
talked about
explain
this
to you
earlier,
that what we're doing here is
that the earthquake somehow affected the testing, or that the testing caused the earthquake. That's what I believe.
Because a great deal of the
But
information
really
that is
interesting.
coming is more readily accessible to them than it is to us. And they have
I believe the
reporters
earthquake
reporting
itself was a
live
real
from
event,
around the entire Bay
and that
Area
Kane
region.
Parsons perhaps based part of the lore of his series around the real event, or just kind of tied it together.
Prepare for 3 days of no services. You got 90 minutes of light left. You better make use of your time. Standing here ain't doing nothing.
I have Leslie
God, oh my God! Wait, okay, to fully break from the plot, that warning that he just gave is crazy. Also, the way he gave it is very funny. He's like, "You fucking idiots! Fucking use your light!" But like, also, 3 days with no services. Your lights are turning off in 90 minutes.
Part of the
That's
problem,
intimidating.
is,
Listen to what he says here.
Store water, prepare for aftershocks, prepare for 3 days of no services. You got 90 minutes of light left. You better make use of your time.
Fucking asshole firefighter. But I guess it's emergency response.
It's looking bad over here in Oakland. The electricity is out in much of the city, and we have a bad freeway collapse. It's that ramp of the Nimitz Freeway that goes from Cypress Street on up to the Bay Bridge. About a 6 or 7 block stretch of it collapsed during the earthquake. They are pulling bodies out from underneath this lower ramp. There were just some injuries on the upper ramp, but those on the lower ramp, there are a lot of fatalities.
The epicenter of this earthquake is about 100 miles to the south in the Santa Cruz Mountains along the San Andreas Fault. We have had very difficult time getting any information out of that area tonight. Now our own Tony Rusomano is live in Santa Cruz now to give us some notion of what's happened. This is our first report from there. Tony?
Pete, this town of 40,000 is about 10 miles from the epicenter of the earthquake. You would expect the damage to be severe here, and it is. The downtown section of Santa Cruz is basically gone. All the old brick, unreinforced buildings have collapsed. This is a department store called Ford's. It collapsed. The second story into the first floor, trapping several people inside. At least 3 people are known to have died here on the mall. Perhaps 12 to 14 total in Santa
And this,
Cruz.
I mean, someone mentioned earlier, I probably know that the testing takes place in San Jose, so this makes perfect sense. I'm really. Oh, wait, is there anything else? Let me just make sure. Okay. First of all, I want to say the music added to what is apparently real real footage, like real news reports, does a great deal to make that much more intimidating. But also, like, I'm really glad we watched that because it just gives a little bit more human context to this to this situation. And obviously, like, I don't know, there's an argument to be made sometimes, not an argument I would make, that utilizing actual tragedies in a fictional sense is like weird or dismissive of the people who were affected by them. I think, unfortunately, that is one of the byproducts of living in reality, which is that people will comment on and use dramatic real-life events as a context for fiction. But I also think fiction is reflective of reality in a... I don't know. I think fiction is reflective of reality. Maybe that's the end of the statement. So thank you so much, Noel, for adding that to this watch party, because that little bit weird, like, gets under your skin. That's really cool. My way is stuck in my head now. That's good. That's awesome. Yeah, but I mean, dude, all the fatalities, seeing the destruction, and then, you know, obviously in a real world sense, very horrifying, but then attaching that to the fiction just adds to the eeriness and adds to the drama. It's just good. Okay, I want to read some comments real quick. Yeah, I found your physical form. It's just a fun thing to do. I didn't dox you. I did it on my other monitor. So if you're not comfortable with that, I mean, you're publicly commenting, so like you're probably fine with it. But either way, I was just curious. Yeah, the earthquake. Yeah, locking in for the peak rooms. So this was a real event. No, it was a real event, I believe. Yeah, just tied into the series. Probably real, like the real missing person stats from 1989. That part's crazy to me. Because I wonder if we've gotten an explanation for, I don't know. That's weird. Okay, it's a big earthquake that happened in the Bay Area that happened in the 80s or 90s. Earthquakes are so scary. Yeah, I live in Colorado. We don't really deal with that very much. The biggest natural disaster that we deal with here is usually either forest fires, because we get those plenty, and then the occasional tornado, but like we're not truly Midwest enough to really deal with them that much. So yeah, it's mostly forest fires, and then I don't know if it's the right season for it. Sometimes there are like snow-based disasters. Like there's a lot of like people here don't prepare for snowy days very well for whatever reason. So like that can cause a lot of like infrastructural issues, like car crashes and stuff. But Colorado is actually, it's not natural disaster proof, but it's not, you know, we're not like we're not near a coastline, so we're not dealing with tsunamis or hurricanes. We're not on a fault, so we don't deal with a lot of any earthquakes. So like personally, I'm pretty safe from that stuff. I truly, I've been to California many times. I have family that lives out there, but if I was there and an earthquake happened, I truly would have no immediate like understanding of how to react to that. I know vaguely you're supposed to get like under tables or whatever, but I really like the only things I've had to shelter in place for are like shooter threats, which Colorado weirdly does have a pretty big history with, but that's not natural. So yeah, earthquakes are scary. They seem scary. I hate time limits. I watched a documentary on this in 7th grade for science class. That's cool. Fun fact, Loma Prieta happened... Oh, I assume that's the earthquake event then. I was wondering what that meant when you said it earlier. On my grandma's birthday, her cake split in half, and my grandpa, on his way home, used his tow truck company to recover survivors trapped in the Cypress structure. That's cool. That's nice. I mean, the rescue part, the cake splitting, I have no reaction to, but very fun. My science teacher was crazy as hell, though. It's kind of a total whiplash from singing My Way to this. I know. There's no real good way to get from one to the other, but it just had to happen. Yeah, cool grandpa. Yeah, based as hell. The freeway thing. That's, God, imagine just driving under an overpass and it just collapses. Ugh. That's spooky. Yeah. I feel like using the events help bring awareness to them, especially less well-known ones. I never knew about the earthquakes or the missing person stats from 1989 before tonight. Oh, there you go. Oh, in the real shit movie, The War of the Worlds from... Oh, my girlfriend forced me to watch the very recent, like, 2025 War of the Worlds movie with, what was it, Ice Cube? Holy fuck, was that movie bad. And I don't even know what you're necessarily referencing with the tactlessness. Like, I can't even... I blocked so much of that movie out. But that movie was bad. And also, Amazon saved the day in that video. And they were like, huh, I got a drone. It's the future of delivery. I wanted to put a gun in my mouth for like 75% of that movie. If you're curious about it and you don't want to watch the movie, go watch Mr. Gigi's video about it. If you've ever watched Mr. Gigi, he's another mostly horror creator. He also does some other stuff, but he covers a lot of horror stuff. Go watch Mr. Gigi's video on War of the Worlds. It's very funny, and it's a great way to understand why that movie was such a train wreck without actually having to watch it. Oh, Jesus. All right, who do we lose? We lost Miss Anachronism. I'm heading to bed, but I'll for sure catch the next stream. Good night, chat. Well, thank you for joining. I appreciate having you here. Remind me of the song Here Comes the Man by the Pixies, which is about earthquakes. I don't know if I've heard that one. Which Colorado? Flat or bumpy Colorado? I probably shouldn't name the city that I live in, but I live in, like, central Colorado, so probably flat Colorado, if that's what you mean. Like, I don't live in any of, like, their mountain towns. I live in, like, a more... where I live is definitely not suburban, because I could not afford to live in the suburbs. Yeah, probably the flat part, if I understand what you're referencing. No, that's not intrusive. I just don't want to go, like, I don't want to go into specific detail. Colorado does not prep well for winter storms. A decent portion is the mountains, though. So, no... the people who are responsible for Colorado's like infrastructure and a lot of like government services, like we salt the roads very well and we have a bunch of snow plows prepared, and so like that is ready. But people who move to Colorado from other states are basically always the problem when winter comes. I've lived in Colorado my whole life. I learned to drive in Colorado, and I learned to drive in a Colorado winter. I know how to drive in snow. I know how to drive in sleet. I know how to drive in rare rain. But plenty of people come here, and then the snow and the slush comes, and then they cause a bunch of problems. And that's the thing about Colorado. We're basically like the colder version of California in how a bunch of people come here who are very unprepared to deal with what it means to live here. I would also say maybe New York is another similar one. We're like another one of like the major states that people like to go to these days. So like, I don't know. We have a lot of people coming from out of state who are not familiar with the level of snow we get. Not this year, though. This year, Colorado has gotten like 3 to 4 big snow days, and that's about it. Because climate change is fucking weird. But yeah, I don't know. Colorado's a strange place. I love Colorado. It's like one of my favorite places. Mr. Gigi is awesome. Good. Just appreciate mentioning that. We got Seattle. thought of being landlocked weirds me out. Yeah, it is a weird thing. I will say, I think if we didn't have the mountains on our horizon, I would go a little bit crazy. But it is nice to have the horizon broken up by something. You know, coastal states get the ocean. Other states get, you know, massive. They have their own mountains and they have forests and stuff. So being able to look in basically any direction in Colorado and see like a big mountain line, that saves off some of the weird isolation that comes from being a landlocked state. Because the mountains themselves, they're quite in the same way that I talk about, like, you know, shipwrecks and lighthouses and oil rigs. The mountains have a personality to themselves, especially, you know, I love hiking. I love being in Colorado. I've lived here the majority of my life. I was born in Missouri, but I've lived here the majority of my life. I cannot imagine living anywhere else. Maybe one day I'll have to, you know, that's how life works. But, you know, the more time you spend in the Colorado mountains, the more you especially the Rocky Mountain National Park, the more you realize why people are so infatuated with them. They really do have an indescribable energy. I don't know. I feel kind of cringy. Cringe is in the mind of the beholder, but like, I don't know. Like, it's, they mean a lot to me, weirdly. Like, not in any emotional sense, but like, I have a lot of reverence for them, which is emotional, but I don't know. I just imagine Connor lives in a space specifically over Denver. I don't know. I live in space specifically over Denver, just looking down at it. I'm not too far from Denver. I'm like a 30-minute drive. Eastern Colorado is limited. Do they have winter tires? Also, the rolling hills and the miles of nothing. There is some of that in Colorado, which does get weird. It's odd. It hasn't snowed much in Pennsylvania. Christmas didn't feel like... Yeah, a lot of the states that are used to getting snow didn't get it this year, or this like winter season, and then a lot of ones that weren't used to getting it did. It's very strange. Yeah. If they come from Florida, they may not even know about snow tires. Yeah, there's just weird stuff. Like, people don't prepare well for coming here. I do dream of moving to Washington because, yeah, living landlocked with a flat horizon does drive me nuts. I think, you know, I would not call myself like a deep lover of America. Like, I don't know. I hope this isn't controversial. Like, I don't I don't have a deep reverence for like America in a political or like historical sense. And for that reason, I also have a hard time like claiming my love for the landscape, because it's like, is it primarily stolen land? Yeah, it is. And so I can't pretend like it's like, yeah, that's America, dude. It's like, no, that's kind of like, that's the thing that a while ago we all kind of just trickled into and pushed everyone else out of. So like, I can't claim to be like, yeah, that's my patriotism, because I know where it came from. But having said that, growing up in modern day America, which we all did basically, it does give me a certain reverence for the natural landscape that this country holds. There is a lot of very beautiful things in this country, in a bunch of different climates. I love the snow. I have a deep affinity for colder climates, but you know, I really also love like the Nevada desert. It's a weird thing to like, but I like it. I like looking at beaches. I like the mountains in other places, and even the Midwest, which is so defined by just miles and miles of nothingness. Like, there's something to be said about that. Good fiction comes from that landscape. You know, it's fascinating. Being an American is one of the strangest things to be, in my opinion. No, did you mention something else that I need to pay attention to? I need to check on that. I fear if you did tell me something, I may have mixed it. I may have missed it. I apologize. Just don't want you to miss anything. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not certain. Can't imagine not knowing or having winter tires. It's like a weird culture shock thing. Yeah, dude. Or even like 4-wheel drive on cars. Some people don't even prioritize that. You gotta have that here. Gotta have that here. Especially if you're going to do anything in the mountains, on the off chance that snow does come, that's a death sentence. Like, some of those windy roads in Colorado mountain towns, if you hit that wrong, you're going over a steep decline. You're gonna tumble. It's gonna get bad. The land existed before us and will exist long after us. That in itself drives off. Yeah, you know what? I think that's a really good way of putting it, Donald. I think that's a really good way of putting it. Yeah. Beauty of the continent. People underestimate snow a lot when they're foreign to the element. That's true. America seems too hot just in general. I don't want to go there. Hey, currently, maybe avoid it. But in the future, if we can get our shit together at any point, check it out. There are parts here that I respect. Yeah. I believe in the Earth's spirituality. Yeah. Oh, there's a lot of interesting stuff. There's a lot of interesting stuff here to say. Yeah. It's 10 days to the Backrooms movie. It's getting close. That's crazy. It's an understated beauty. I don't think there's any state in America that you could name that there's not something to be appreciated about. Now, having said that, I'm of the belief that calling them states is kind of weird. They are states. That's what, it's America. But they're basically countries. If you look at the scale and size that most countries are, states are basically countries, and each of them have their own specific culture and identity. And I think that's something that gets kind of overlooked when people talk about the United States. And, people are very excited, especially when they're American, about the fact that we're all united, we're all one thing, and we're a melting pot. And I get the premise of that, but I think giving credit to each individual state and the culture, isn't it weird that a person from Colorado could make fun of a person from Minnesota and be like, oh yeah, you've got a very specific kind of way of talking. And that's how countries talk about each other. But we're all one country, and it feels weird. It doesn't feel accurate to what our actual living situation is. It's weird. I'm from Latino America, and I see like pretty normal, don't liking some things in your country and still loving the nature of it. Yeah. I think that's a very popular kind of perspective to have when you are not satisfied with our current administration, which I'm not even touching that. But yeah, I think it's hard sometimes to be proud of America while living under the regime we're living under. But I also think it's, when you live here, you have to find those things. You have to find something to make it worth it. And, I can't afford to move out of the country right now, and that would distance me from all my family. So it's a whole weird thing. But, I love Colorado. I don't love plenty of shit about America, but I love Colorado. I'll say that much. Yeah, the states are very different. I should go have it tested at. Don't die to people. Well, thank you for joining, Neelith. I'm sure I'm butchering that, but thank you for joining. Someone who's moved to Oklahoma when I was 15, it's so different. Yeah, the states are all wild. Like I said, I was born in Missouri, and then I moved to Delaware, and then when I was like 5, I moved to Colorado, and I've lived there, and now I'm 23, so majority of my life. But it's very strange. They're all different, and I've loved every space for a different reason. I don't like Missouri very much, but that has more to do with like personal history than anything else, to be perfectly honest. And Oklahoma was nice. Who's from California? Bad Bye is from California. Oh yeah, Oklahoma to California, or rather California to Oklahoma. That's a big transition. That's a major change. I'm from Texas and regularly use the phrase y'all and y'alldiv, and we have no right to make fun of how people talk. I have a weird, I don't even know how to describe my dialect. I think it's very influenced by a lot of the content I consume, so it's probably not a perfect Midwestern/Western accent or dialect. I use y'all pretty regularly. I don't know if I use it very much when I'm speaking, but I use it a lot when I'm texting or when I'm trying to address a great group of people in a virtual or digital sense. I don't know. The things I always think about is how do you pronounce the word mountain? You heard how I just did it, right? Mountain. Mountain is basically how I say it. Some people say mountain. And that might be more accurate, but that's language, it's regional dialect. So mountain, when I say it, when people from my area of US say it, we take some of those consonants out. But I don't know, it's weird. But other, you could say that anywhere. How do you pronounce the word crayon? Are you one of the crazy people who says crayon? Because if you are, I kind of hate that, but whatever. Yeah, I do like y'all. You all, it's perfect. And I've had multiple family members in my group try to argue that y'all is not a word. It is. It's in the dictionary. It's a word. It's a contraction. Contractions exist. It's former English major. I didn't complete my degree, but I have a great deal of reverence for the English language. Y'all's a word. It's a like I said, it's a contraction. An actual word. It's crazy when I went to the school because it's so different. I'm from the Northwest PA, but I live in Southern Ohio. I'm from Iowa, and for some reason, my mom says beans instead of because. Beans I want to go to the... I've heard that, actually. I've never heard it, like, typed out like that, but I have heard that. You know, I was over there, and then I went over there because I was wanting to go... I'm doing, like... anytime I try to do an accent, I stop thinking about the words I'm saying, and I'm just trying to hit words. Like, I was over there, and I'm busy when I went to that... Whatever. I sound like a fucking... Oh, on your channel, you have a playlist with the hidden backrooms videos? Okay. You're asking for me to fucking go to your channel again. And I'm gonna do it. And now I'm subscribed, and you're welcome. Wait, actually, wait a second. Backrooms all videos. Wait, should I be on this playlist instead? There's a Simpsons video on here. What does that mean? I will say, though... Wait. Wait. Wait, how do we get back to first contact? I don't even know what's happening anymore. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'm not going to spend all the time on that right now, but I'll look into that. That seems interesting. But I am subscribed to you now, so congratulations for that. We're going to see their corporeal form. I am not going to go as far as to do that to Null. I mean, they're in the chat. If you want to check them out, you can figure it out. But I'm going to say for the time being, yeah, of course, no worries. Yeah, I'm on motion detected. I was like, I don't think this is where I am right now. Native English speakers will often do family and, like I just did, family in 2 syllables, and second language English speakers will do it in 3. Family. Yes, I'm definitely familiar with that. But yeah, it's family to me. Family. Actually, you know what? I think if I was speaking slowly, I would say family. And if I was speaking quickly, I would say family. I don't know. Being completely honest about how my dialect works. This is a whole... We are getting so far off track right now. It's crazy. And it's 10:17 p.m. for me. Jesus Christ. Okay, let's keep going. Okay, let's keep going. Did the Simpsons predict the backrooms? Probably. Yeah. We have completely lost the plot. Okay, all right. Let's see if we can knock out like 1 or 2 more. Okay. Fuck. Episode 10 is 1404. You know what? Okay. We're making it to 11. We're making it to 11. Okay, Trin. I'm gonna call you Trin. I know there's a bunch of stuff going on. I'm gonna call you Trin. We're making it to 11. That's what I'm saying. And that means we're speed running right now. So everyone actually lock in. I'm not talking during these videos anymore, and I'm going to set a timer going forward. Every time I'm done with the video, I give myself 5 minutes. When that timer goes off, we keep going, okay? Lock in. Here we go. This is how it goes. This is how we do it. I want to get to 11. All right. Pitfalls is a good one for part 1. It's 11:17 for me. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. I'm not looking at chat. Not looking at chat. Everyone shut up. Okay. I'm sorry. Okay, here we go. Let's do it. Oh, wait. This video is March 5th, 1990. I think I already established that. Okay, here we go. 4 minutes, 6 seconds. Just in case. Love whiskey. It's not crooked no more. Oh, they're doing a whole bunch of infrastructure. I keep using the word infrastructure. They're doing shit. They're doing shit. This is a treehouse of horror video. That's funny. That is funny. The music is so good. The music really works. Damn. 7 modified video cameras are optimally positioned along lateral division A. Each camera has been modified to send out an alert and begin recording when motion or substantial noise is detected. Awesome. Okay. So they've set up a kind of... There are... No. Okay. I'm just analyzing this. It allows them to keep track of a great deal of the map as I'm looking at it. Someone said earlier, imagine if the world we're living in is actually the backrooms. That would be a crazy development. If they could do it over time, that would be a really interesting plot point. I don't know if they will, but it's interesting. It can be steep on my fingers. The following is a compilation of all detective motion alerts received during the night of Monday, March 5th. Oh, that's exactly what I want. Don't make me wait. Just show me everything you get. Okay. I love this. I love this. 3 researchers passed Central Division D. Okay. God, what a great series. What a great way to do it. Returning researchers. Okay, so it's just the same guys walking back. Great. And the anime... Just to... And I'm sorry. And I'm sure this is, I don't know if this is intentional or not, but I will say, because they are animated characters and they are not real live action actors, the even just the simple animation of their walking is still eerie and like kind of touches on the uncanny valley a little bit. Just works well. Just works well. Supervisor passes camera. Pretty impressive. You can tell it's fake, but it's pretty impressive. Threshold barrier closed. Okay. Fascinating. This would be the scariest job. TBD. Okay. Couldn't tell you. Sounds like something being dragged, maybe. Something clanking. Microphone failure. Okay. This reminds me of Five Nights at Freddy's ambient sounds. God, after so much bullshit, I'm immediately so back in. We didn't even get a description. What the hell? Thank you, Discovery Channel. I was gonna go back and show it again myself. That's weird. Okay. Yeah, it's very hard to track what's happening. Just some limbs or some shit. That's terrifying. Oh, that was it. Okay. I'm setting a 5-minute timer. I told you I would. Siri, set a 5-minute timer, please.
5 minutes starting now.
Okay, good. All right, what the fuck was that? All right, what did we get? Mostly just we're being told that they are. You know what this primarily indicates? Oh, Siri's still talking. I don't need that. It primarily indicates that the researchers are aware that there's some weird shit in there, that there's stuff worth having motion sensors up for. So there must have been encounters at this point so far with the scribble monster, or whatever we're calling it. That's really interesting. And I'm trying to. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna go back just real quick. Sorry. I reminded myself of "Sugar on My Tongue," the soundtrack, or the song. Okay, so yeah. It was mostly just that, and it was mostly them just looking at. And so we have researchers going back and forth. I wonder what that research even entails. What are they measuring? What are they doing? Mr. Scribbles is canonically known as bacteria. Well, that's interesting, especially with the context we have prior. That's really interesting. Okay, bacteria. Okay, so everyone's calling them bacteria. Okay, that's Interesting. Probably installed the cameras to look for Peter, the guy who vanished. Oh, yes. That's interesting. Okay, let me go back a little bit. Let me try. I mean, the general SCP-141. Wait, which one's SCP-141? Oh no, I don't know if I'm familiar with this one. Oh shit. I'm not going to read all this right now, but I'm going to keep it open in the tab so I can check it out in a little bit. Okay, cool. Notice your profile picture is the guy from Infinity Train. I've been told by everyone I need to watch that, but I also know it got canceled early, and that bums me out. And I hate that. And I hate getting invested in stuff that I know is not going to pay off. I mean, didn't the cameraman get separated even though he's looking directly at his crew? I guess the physical environment didn't shift, if that's what... Yeah, we don't really know what happened there. Did they get moved or did he get moved? It seemed like they got moved, but if he's the only one missing... But then also, what happened after he went into the room with the alarm? Like, maybe did they recover him, or was that its own thing? Yeah. To be determined is definitely stressful. Yeah, it's weird. Very weird. It's all weird. Oh, wait. Oh, and Donna had a theory. Oh, I'm wondering if it's like, as long as he stays in sight, it stays the same sort of situation. It could be that. It's just weird. It's like, you see that? Let's look at it again. Enhance. I love Enhance. It's such a stupid action movie trope, but it's so funny. Enhance. You see that shit? Enhance. You fucking science nerd. I'm a soldier. Enhance. Okay. Legs flaming through the air. Is the portal open the whole time and a barrier door just closed, or is the portal turned off and on every time? That's also a good question. Because I imagine that there's some risk to opening the portal every time, you know, because we've established there's the earthquake. So they probably don't want to do it that much. So, but is there a greater risk if you open it and close it over and over, or is keeping it open the actual risk? I don't know. Very interesting. Legs floating through the air. Legs or arms or whatever. Glebus glorbus. I was going to start calling the thing bacteria, but I almost like Glebus glorbus more. When the Kentucky Fried fuck is that? They got to redesign the black stick monster. Yeah, I think it's interesting, but it's not scary. And it doesn't necessarily need to be. The atmosphere is really doing most of the heavy lifting for the scariness anyway, but I don't know. Mr. Scribbles is funnier. Yeah, we have multiple names for this guy. Isn't that like a reference to the first Backrooms video, or am I mixing memories? I don't even know what we're referencing specifically there, so I can't comment on that. But they've encountered something unexplainable before this point. According to Kane, we don't know what that is yet. Okay. I appreciate having people who don't know what's happening and people who do know what's happening in the same chat. It makes it a lot more fun. And I also appreciate that people aren't outright spoiling things, so continue to not do that. Thank you. What's more likely? One guy moved or three guys and some equipment moved? I don't fucking know. It could be either. I said this earlier, but if you go to the Bacillus subtilis Wikipedia page and roll down to the end of a spore stain, it reminds me a lot of Mr. Scribbles. Okay, well now I kind of want to do that, but I've got 10 seconds left before we get to the next video, so maybe I'll do that next time. The portal stays open. There's just a sliding metal bulkhead door. Oh, okay, so the portal never closes. There is a literal... My alarm is the Cowboy Bebop theme. There is a literal physical threshold keeping them separated, but it also implies that there is a consistent entry. Well, I guess there always was, because that's what the null zone is, right? Like the clipping point. So I don't know, but hey, the timer ended. That means we're moving forward, because I do want to get to episode 11. We just finished episode 8. We're doing Backrooms Prototype episode 9, and this one is... Oh, this month. I could have guessed that. This is May 10th, 1982. So, is this the earliest point? No, we had 1980 something else. Okay. But we have moved forward from where we were anyway. So, we're going to keep it going. I will try to remember to do some research on stuff in the future. But God, what an impressive series. What a truly impressive series. Courtesy of Oak Ridge National Laboratory, conducted on May 10, 1982, under the supervision of Philip R. Heyman. I was about... We're gonna say, hey, man. We're gonna say, hey, man. I would totally do an SCP video. I've done one basically, but I would get deeper into it. I have no idea what this guy's saying. Someone said they're making a nuke. Noel's got some really interesting context that I'm not going to touch on right now, but reading that is interesting. I totally see what you're saying. They're just doing some shit, huh? This is the prototype. Is this the prototype door then? Maybe? Also looks like whatever. Wait, hold on. I go back. Okay. I was just curious if there was something that disappeared. It looks like it's basically the same. God, the sound design is so good. I was like, is that real or is that... Okay. Oh, okay, that was that. Okay, we get another 5 minutes. Really strong episode. 5-minute timer.
5 minutes starting now.
Thank you, Siri. Okay, all right. Let's get into it. So, what we saw there was potentially the first attempt to access the backrooms in the first... But no, that couldn't be right because this came after the fact. So, no, that's not accurate. So... what are they doing? What are they doing? The marble did not disappear. Something did disappear. Wait, no, the marble, because subtitles being the Latin for fine, thin, slender. We found the true Slenderman. Okay, what the fuck is happening? Okay, Oak Ridge National Lab is a part of the DOE. They make nuclear sources and study molecular stuff, probably do nuclear fission too. This prototype is an experimental device, possibly a fusion reactor meant to test a reaction with various samples of target fuel. Okay, the theory I have attached to that before I read anything else is that they are... Oh, and maybe this is what the researchers are doing. If the researchers are going in and they're finding weird, like they mentioned, like a mutated sample of the hay bacillus or whatever they call it, that fungus or bacteria. Maybe they're doing tests on that. Maybe they're finding elements that are separate from our traditional reality and just seeing what the fuck happens when they expose it to shit, like all science. Yeah, they're working with quantum science. Someone says this ties with Alice. Wait, who the fuck is Alice? Wait, who the fuck is Alice? The thresholds are man-made rivers, dams. Yeah, the thing about the river was interesting. Isn't that the same science they used to make nukes? The one we saw earlier was something in 1989. Oh no, wait, did we go back? Hold on. This one's 1982. No, wait, no. This one's 1990. No. We did go back. Oh, we did go back. Okay, well, no, we did go back. Okay, so maybe this was actually their first... This maybe was their first attempt to breach into whatever the backrooms are. Okay. Alice experiment, CRN. Oh, right. They did mention the Alice experiment. Okay, hold on. Let me check on that. The Hadron Collider in Switzerland. Primordial state of matter. Quark gluon plasma, which existed just microseconds after the Big Bang. Fuck, dude. Damn. Ultra high energy collisions generate temperatures 100,000 times hotter than the center of the sun, causing protons and neutrons to melt and freeing their constituent quarks and gluons. Not just their quarks, also their gluons. That's really cool. We did talk about it earlier. Yes, I forgot about that. The fueled marble is a sample of tellurium glass, if I recall correctly, some kind of metallic glass alloy that allows a null zone to be bridged if other conditions are met. Fission versus oh my god. Everyone in this chat is so much smarter than me. This is embarrassing. Wow. Okay. Really valuable information though. Okay. So fission versus fusion. Fission is the nuclear bomb. Fusion is like energy stuff. I'm going to also look up the difference. Nuclear fission splits a heavy atom like uranium into smaller ones, generating the power used in today's nuclear reactors. Nuclear fusion combines light atoms like hydrogen into heavier ones like helium, powering the sun. Okay. As a baseline, that's interesting to know. Cool. Fucking A. God, this is incredibly well researched. Wow. First steps to learn is to admit that you do not know. Yeah, hey. To quote a different, probably also smarter person than me, all I know is that I know nothing. And one thing I don't know is who exactly that was quoted to. I want to say Aristotle, but I don't think that's right. No, I'm actually, you know what? I'm certain it's not him. It's Socrates. It's Socrates. That would have actually been my second guess, so that makes me feel better, but it is Socrates. Aristotle was a scientist. He wouldn't be a philosopher. I don't know. I fucking don't know. Kane is a huge nerd. He made the series as scientifically accurate as possible. That's cool. That's cool to know. I mean, fission is also energy stuff. We're working on fusion, but our nuclear reactors are fission. Has the complex been around since the Big Bang or before? That's, well, if it has been around since before the Big Bang, there are two conclusions you can reach from that. Here's conclusion one. Fuck you, alarm. I'm going a little over. Here's one conclusion you can reach. Is that human architecture was based off of the pre-existing design of the backrooms, which in itself is wild because it implies that the backrooms have a much greater influence on what human culture is and what human expression is at large. Or if either way, if it did exist before the Big Bang, it means that the backrooms based themselves off of human modern designs. And beyond that, very recent human designs. It was not remaining anachronistic in that in the way that it would have, because it's emulating basically office buildings or like early like convenience store market, whatever, like kind of architectural designs. So either way, it's weird. It's weird. And I will say, if it didn't exist before the Big Bang, which I don't really know if we have any evidence to contradict or support that, but if it did get established later, there's still the huge question of why it's emulating a human design. And again, if it came before the human design, still what the fuck? Like that's the big question. Either way, that's what makes it so cool as a setting, as a background for horror. Because no matter what, there's some fuck shit happening. It's so weird. Here's one conclusion. Cowboy Bebop. Sure, maybe. No, I mean, I love it, but in what way? But probably not. Man, weird. The series is weird. Fusion equals the sun, solar imagery. There is a lot of bright lights that I would say are similar to solar energy. Okay. But the timer ended. We're moving on. Because the next video is fucking 14 minutes. Jesus Christ. Okay. All right. This might be the last video. Just full disclosure. It's getting pretty late for me. I still need to eat. My girlfriend is still cooking, but I guess we'll figure out. But there's a very real chance this will be the last one we do tonight. So, just so you know. Okay. But let's lock in. Let's do one more. This one's fucking really long. So, and also it was indicated to me that this one's a really exciting one. So, let's you know what? Let's agree that this is going to be our last one for the night. I know I said 11. We'll have a little bit extra next stream. That's fine. But this has been a lot of fun. Let's do this one. Let's and I combined talk and chat. Let's chalk about it. And then we'll have a lot to ponder and consider. And when we come for our next stream where we continue this, and I'll try to do it before the movie comes out, we'll have a lot to think about. All right. Oh, and for the record, this one comes from May 6th, 1990. So we've gone forward in time again. People say Pitfall. Oh, turn your headphones up. And people also say Pitfalls might be the best one. Okay, I'm going to turn it up a little bit for everyone. If it's too loud, let me know. I'll turn it down. But here we go. Okay. People really like this one. So Connor, spelled wrong. Woke McPeak the Rambler. So funny. My name is literally right there, but people still spell it with an E. It's okay. It's especially okay that Dama does it. That's okay. There you go. There you go. Dama figured it out down the line. Okay. All right. Let's do it. This is going to be our last one. Backroom Pitfalls. Let's see what's so great about it. May 6th, 1990, by Marvin E. Lay. If it's too loud, let me know. Okay, so this is exterior to the back. I'm turning on something else.
Yeah. Well, I think that next to the entire building, I don't think it's just that. Your building, because last time I flipped the switch, it started busting through there. Yeah, we just...
Where you can't really comprehend everything.
It was legally like that. Yeah, even though it's got to call down from a bridge or just around there. Yeah, it's difficult to people down here. You know, if you look at my timetable.
Check.
Even
1,
that's
2,
3.
3.
That's crazy.
1,
That's
2,
really
3.
impressive.
Mark, mic check.
You're all good. This is Marv, 1, 2, 3. Marv, mic check, 1, 2, 3.
Great. This is George, mic.
Field. There's George. There's the threshold, as they call it. I've used the word fascinating during this stream more than I basically ever use it in my life. What is this, Half-Life or Portal? That guy doesn't have a hazmat on. Is that okay? Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. You can tell it's animated, but it's still really impressive animation when the people are moving around. And it's also good that they're not
Has the vertical expansion been approved yet?
They're just out of their hazmat.
They're not getting to that until after the presentation.
When does that go till?
Sorry, can you repeat?
What day will the tour be over?
From the 7th to the 10th.
Is a tour happening?
The next report out? Yeah, should be good. End of the day tomorrow, I think. Get the cable.
It's so interesting to think about filling this space with other man-made objects. Lemon Demon, man-made object. If you haven't listened to Spirit Phone, listen to that fucking album. If you like this channel, listen to that album. The breathing. It really sets a tone. It really does. Oh, Ivan Beck was the guy in the window? Yeah, that makes sense. He really feels like a kind of Cave Johnson to all of this. God, I should play Portal again. I should play it on stream. I could knock out both games in 2 hours.
Be on caution.
Maybe 3. In fact, I definitely will. That's it. Haunting narrative. That's a good way to frame it. I love that. King Pixels is a really impressive creator.
This is new.
This is new. This is new. Huge line.
Is that all carpeted? Huh.
Looks like carpet on all sides.
7:35.
Visibility falls off pretty quick. Might be at an angle.
And we've got a door.
Don't recognize the design.
Okay, so Marvin, who was introduced basically this episode,
We need to cover all the way over there.
it seems like.
Assembling a walkway would be redundant. For all we know, this is some other dead end.
take a look. Go notify Cloud.
One of these motherfuckers falls. Oh, dude, what are you doing?
Easy.
Oh, that stresses me the fuck out.
Oh my god.
What do you see?
Everything okay?
Marvin, get the camera over here.
Across?
Fine, just hurry.
Okay. Sure. Yeah.
Dude, don't play the fucking pronoun game.
Okay,
Don't fucking
just,
do that here. Describe what you
alright.
see. Oh, God. We're not going to see it.
Okay.
This episode is called Pitfalls, yes.
Seriously.
Yeah, I'm going. Walking on normal ground. There's even there.
Oh, there was text there. There was text there. Oh, I might have passed it. No, I didn't. I love the typewriter sound effects. Okay. Oh, nope, that's not the right one. No, fuck, motherfucker. Okay. Okay. That's a bit of a hard one to read. I'm having a hard time. I really don't know if I can do this. I really can't make anything out. I can get little bits like that. Looks like a W maybe, but it's so stretched out. I feel like I'd have to shift my monitor or like look at it from like a crazy angle or something. You know what? I'm gonna do some weird shit. Hold on, give me a second. I'm gonna get down on the floor and see if I can like maybe perspective shift. No, that's not gonna work without me fully moving my monitor, and I'm not gonna do that. If anyone knows what that says, feel free to tell me. Hi. Sorry, my girlfriend. Just give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second. Thank you, baby. I'll be right with you. My girlfriend was delivering food out over here. Hold on. How much? We've got like 10 minutes left. Okay. You know what? Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna be right back. I'll be right back. All right. Okay. We've got to finish this video, and then I gotta go. So we're just gonna get right into it. I don't know what the fuck that said. We'll talk about it next week. Oh, there he fucking goes.
Yeah, I'm alright.
Are you injured?
I think I pulled something in my shoulder. I'm a bit dizzy, but no, I'm fine.
Where are you? Can you describe your surroundings?
It's different. Like a room up there, but the architecture's the same, but the wallpaper is different. It's a bit greener. Hold on, I need to see if...
Give me some fries, too. Here, I'll
Nope.
make myself.
I'm not reaching the tunnel I fell from. The opening comes out through the wall, but it's too high.
Okay, just stand by and stay put for a moment.
Got it.
Is the camera intact?
Seems to be fine. I'm recording, but who knows what the output will be like.
Mark, make your way back over to this side. Carefully.
Do we have another camera? I need to get this. It has to wait. This takes precedence.
Throw down the guideline with the weight attached.
Terrifying.
Like, use it to climb up.
Just tried that. There won't be enough length to reach you. George, go run back to standard and bring a tether. Hang in there, Marv.
Oh, this is Marvin. Okay, right. Okay.
What was that?
Subtitles thought that was applause. No, it's not.
I don't know.
I didn't hear anything up here.
It sounded like... I think there's somebody down here.
What?
I hear yelling. Like, a person is yelling.
A person? There's like a twist down the
Yeah.
hallway. Yeah, weird.
That makes no sense. Are you sure you're not just hearing us?
No, it's definitely not from you.
I love the weird little nonsensical gaps in the architecture. It really provides... What the fuck? It's a road.
Are those streetlights?
Streetlights.
What in the
The
fucking
left hallway.
Petscop?
And it's right there. Under the gap in the wall.
You need to stay at the hole. George will be back any minute, then we can assess the
Yeah,
situation.
don't fucking wander, dude. You can come back here later.
But what if Miller's right about the null zones?
Even if that's the case, I agree with Mark. It's not worth the risk.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it is not worth the risk.
Marvin, do you copy?
Nothing is worth the risk.
Hello?
What's that from? That's from something.
Can you hear me?
Nothing is worth the risk.
Marv, what are you doing?
I'm trying to find them. I know how to get back. It's fine.
Keep us posted.
This is a really interesting development. Because this is the most distinctly different space we've ever encountered in the Backrooms. It even has a, I have to imagine, a fake, like, atmosphere, like stars and stuff. That's so weird. This is so weird. I'm not worried about getting lost unless the layout of things can change, which I guess we haven't established clearly if it cannot, but it's weird.
Can you hear me?
It's probably coming from just like a TV or something.
Anything?
I'm entering one of the houses. I can see where the yelling's coming from.
Okay. This is odd.
There
Both sides inside a building,
inverted turn
and
signs
then
in this room.
reverse text.
Coming out of the carpet.
They're inverted? What do you mean by that?
Mirrored. They're not oriented properly.
That's actually terrifying. That's so scary.
So this is keep us posted. So
Send camera.
I think I'm losing you. Just stand by.
Marvin, 403, do you copy? Repeat, Marvin, do you copy?
This is Marv.
Okay. Good, we read you. What?
I think someone's
Is this
been living down here.
Alan Tutorials
Living
reference?
down there? That's not possible.
possibly a Brian David Gilbert reference.
Hey!
That sucks.
Can you hear me? I think I found him.
Sorry, can you repeat that? Marvin?
That's not a person.
What is that?
Oh, there it is.
That is not a fucking person!
You gotta get out of there, dude. Get out of there. Uh-oh. So it can emulate human voices. That's so scary.
George, come in. George, it's immediate. Marvin, what's going on?
Look behind you. Okay, you're fine. You did it literally exactly what I said. Get the fuck out of there, Marv.
George.
Okay, I'm here. Set it down.
Gonna take a moment. Grab it like, yeah, hold it. Okay.
It's getting close.
Okay. Stand clear. We're
But
sending
what
it down.
does it want? That's the question. Why? Yep, there you go. Better be strong. Better be strong. Okay, alright. That was it. Okay. Jesus Christ. Alright. Well, everybody, there's a lot of really interesting questions to be answered from that particular entry. What is going on with the neighborhood? What is the Scribble Monster, which we finally got to see again? It's actually a pretty good time to end because we've come full circle to seeing it the first time and then not seeing it again for a very long time, and then we saw it right at the end. We've got a lot more of this series to get into, and I'm very excited to check it out. But I do think it is unfortunately time to end things for tonight. I've got to eat dinner, and I've got to do a bunch of other stuff as well. It has been so fun hanging out with you guys. It has been so fun getting to explore this series in preparation for the movie that is coming out. I know a couple of you have already seen it, which I don't even know how you managed to make that happen, but congratulations. Otherwise, thank you so much for joining me tonight. It has been a really great time. This was one of the most populated streams I've ever been a part of, and I got to really engage with a lot of really interesting perspectives, and you know, some people knew about the series and some people didn't, and so it's really fun to just get it to engage with a piece of fiction like this that is clearly made by someone talented and inspired and passionate, and I just want to see more stuff like this. So I promise whenever I can get to the next stream, and I really do want to try to get it out before the movie's public release date, we're going to come back to this. This will be our next stream, I promise. But if you had a good time, you know, share my channel with people, do all that good stuff, like, subscribe, all the fun stuff. But really, like, just thank you for joining me on this. I hope you had a good time. I know I did. And I will see you guys very soon. If you're a member of the channel and you want to see me sing more stuff or do more goofy stuff or be a part of the Discord, it's if I recall correctly, just $5 a month, and you only have to do it one time to get access to the Discord. So please consider doing it. It really helps me out. I would really like to make this my full-time job, and I feel like we're getting close. But you know, it's one of those things. It's a struggle. It takes time. I really enjoyed getting to interact with the chat today. A bunch of people that I'm very familiar with, a couple people that I met for the first time today, but all of you guys were awesome. You were great. You gave me really great context. You gave me really great information, and I just really appreciate it. So thank you so much for joining me. if you watched this after it came out live, if you watched it as just a regular video on the channel, I hope you enjoyed. I know there was a lot going on, but luckily you had the opportunity to skip around, whereas everyone else here did not. But this was a lot of fun. I love doing movie nights with you guys. It takes a lot of the pressure off of me to perform well, and the only thing I need to worry about is how much I ramble and talk about stuff that doesn't matter. And I did plenty of that, but we also, we had a great time engaging with this. I'm so excited for this movie. I've not been paid to say this. I've been given no, go check out the Backrooms movie. It's very likely that by the time you've watched this, that it's out. I know I'm going to be seeing it as soon as I can. It's really cool to be able to support, mutuals in a way. Like, Kane Parsons follows me on Instagram, if that means anything. But it's really cool to just see projects like these getting attention, and to see smaller creators finding new avenues to getting their fiction out there, and to making this world more interesting through their art. So it's been a great time. I really appreciate you being here with me, and I will see you guys in the next stream/video, Boneheads. There should be a new video coming out soon, and it also looks like right at the end here, user Null came in as a member. I really appreciate that, Null. You were a huge source of information during this video, and I really appreciate that as well, and I look forward to getting to talk to you, to all of you in the future, to my members very soon in the future. It's been a great time. I love you guys, and thank you for everything. I will see you all very soon. Bye-bye. Have a good day. Or night, or whatever time it is. Probably night. All right. Bye.